when it was Kemet, Black Egypt. It was a Nile Valley civilization. Mic check. Mic check. Black 1, 2. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get to a minute for 4 minutes if it's war. When
all
it
right,
just said Jeshuru got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. Masa Kim T got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I can give you till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down the Nile through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic pharaoh way and marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that though, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehesi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on back. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that. And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name
What up,
is.
Yerk?
If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first known in Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. Black Egypt.
All right, guess we gotta chill, let the people get the notifications and know we going live.
Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt.
Time to get it in. Up doing some research last night, just chilling. Going to like the video real quick so we can get the notifications, everything out. You know how we do. Boom, 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 boom. YouTube. Oh no, you know what? Any of y'all got that white crown in y'all Spotify yet? We should have that white crown in our Spotify already. Come on, let's go. Yeah.
Upper Egypt, boy. Got that white crown, Upper Egypt, boy. Babylonian bars, you can really spit it, get it, dagger on me. That harpoon, it ain't for abalone.
Yeah.
Phoenician pieces made of Nubian gold. Antediluvian scrolls hit the Nubian poles. And if you wanna debate that, you'll get truly exposed. I'm like the king of Axum, Axon. Bring the maxims of Patar back to action. I actually swing my axe, so y-axis 32 degrees west on the y-axis. Try and catch us. Christianity was stole from Kemet, lying. Compare the book of Psalms to Amenope. Sometimes when rhyming, I'm just like a shaman, okay?
Some sound alright, but then they act silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's really very silly. Try conquering my crown, and that's
Magi reign forever.
That's really very silly.
I'm a star charting Bantu boy with my bow and arrow. I raise a king in my gnome if I don't know the pharaoh. Explosive and lethal in your dreams like Joseph the Hebrew. And no sending evil wide jet and neck bent. Here to ward that off, I'm not a sage burner. Scroll learner, the page turner. The script writer, put the pen down cause I don't need it. cause I got the white crown, the upper
I rock
Egypt.
the white crown, say top Shimu. You rock the red crown, say top Mehu. You rock the white crown, say top Shimu. You rock the red crown, say top Mehu.
Some sound alright, but then they act
I'm glad that thing out so I ain't gotta talk over it the whole time. We had to talk over it when it wasn't out.
And that's really very silly.
I'm a C group, Magi Archer, from Ta-Nehisi. You conscious community pseudos never try to test me. As I'm in Rock Squad up. Religion, and when I'm on the mic, don't cut my wisdom, boy. I'm W.E.B. Du Bois. I'll smother you under the Sphinx, heed the voice. Ancestrally cooking up mean lyrics. Cats fighting cause they don't think the Dogon has seen Cirrus. And DNA can't prove ethnicity. How you conscious? You say Pacific
about it
instead of specifically. You know my so raw, you get crushed. Think the force of a hippo jaw.
I rock the white crown, say top Shimu.
Go on and get that in your Spotify and your Apple Music.
Top Mehu. You rock the white crown.
Go on and support the movement, man.
You rock the red crown.
Don't even be hesitant. Don't let that funky spirit in you prevail. Go on, do it. Go on, do it. You know, sometimes you got something got you teetering on the fence. It's the mad job. Don't do that.
Really very silly.
Really very silly.
My crown.
My crown. Really very silly.
How the people doing this morning? My man say that's the best intro. I be loving y'all. I'm about to make some more of that for y'all. We're gonna have a whole, I'm gonna give y'all a whole look. If y'all rocking with that and y'all like, hold on, man, where'd that go? That's the instrumental. If y'all rocking with that and y'all feeling that, I'm gonna give y'all a whole thing of that, you know what I'm saying? I am. And I will. We letting the people roll in. We about to have a very good discussion. It's a Saturday morning where I'm at. It's still morning, 8 o'clock. And I like to spend the majority of my mornings after I do what I got to do with business. Working, then I do my little online gaming, and then I just relax with my family. What's up with Chef, man? What's up with Venice, Sadiq? Nah, Reggie, you know, I'm glad he had some I don't know if it was the voice of Amen that came to him last night. They say there's only 18 people in the building, so do me a favor, like, so we could get the stream going, so we could get the building. Cats thought I was going crazy on that rap guy skit until Eminem said, shout out to Casual at the Hall of Fame. Huh? Then Cat said, oh, the boy, the truth. I forgot. Nah, it's all the same stuff we be talking about. Because I put out that He Think He Rap Guy album in 2011. And then, you know, that thing came into hip-hop another way. But we're going to keep on point. We're going to stay on track. We on the knowledge. I ain't going to go too far into the hip-hop. I love playing that Do-A-Rah song. For the people who it make mad and for the people who it make happy. Specifically for the people who it make happy. Shouldn't make anyone mad. This is the point where I was at 2011 with the information. All right, we got some people rolling in. Let's bump that Do-A-Rah one time on your Saturday morning. Give you some of the most up-to-date Egyptology speak out.
Hip-hop shit. You feel me? Yeah. New carton that Aunt Keparu, Manetho, my try never cock count.
Yeah, that's right. I don't do that no more though. Like I can speak it, but I don't walk around trying to do that.
That I write for God. They say my heart is happy, and I praise God every day.
Shenu, Pasara the Subidi, he too witty, never menta, Ankeperu, Suneteru, Tuara, Sa, Jedi, Madu, Naten, the fair, yeah, Jedi, Ray and Kim, the fair. Heard him, my mentor, Sayanasaru.
This the best show. Go on and let them know.
To the center of the cipher of the soul. I don't really know how to say that though. It go Aria, Heru, Wet Wawet, Immasar, Imra, Harati, Ta Ankh, my Ankh Jet, Tuara, Neb, Heru, Jedi, Ankeperu, Tuara, M Jet, Ankh, Wasaneb, Tuara, Neb, Gert, Newton, Geb, Tuara, M Dahudi, and my Asaneb, Manuk, Nefer.
See, they might give you arguments about Kemet. They might give you they opinion about Kemet. But I give y'all the whole package though. You feel me? You might just want to dance to Kemet one time. Shout out to DJ Teray on that track. I'm gonna play one more because it's relevant to the stuff we talking about, then we're gonna get it popping. Last one, I promise. I know it's people pulling in. We're gonna go. I always play this track when we talk about the knowledge. All right. Now, this beat is banging and everything, but I pick beats like this because this is just what it is. This is a slapper, don't get it twisted. But nevertheless, it's kind of like you can take, if you teach any of these courses, you would take this song into your Kemet classes. It would behoove everybody who having these conversations that we about to have, particularly even pertaining to, even though I wasn't talking much about Christianity in the song, when we start to talk about the history of Egypt and the history of Christianity, a lot of the things in the time periods I'm talking about in the song is relevant. I'm gonna just play this, then we're gonna get into it because, still setting it up. The quicker we like the videos, we get the viewership up, the quicker we can help so nobody miss it and be like, what I missed. Here we go. Listen to the lyrics, don't even trip.
Again with another tweet about some knowledge, man. Hey, why don't you kick that knowledge on a record, man? You scared or something? Come on, man. What's up?
If I started kicking knowledge, it'd probably be finito, cause I know the history as it was given by Manetho. Ptolemy, the first hotel, Philadelphia. One of them clowns asked me to do the history of Kemet, so I wrote that down. I broke that down. I penned it in Greek so the freaks could read. They couldn't match the melanated frequency, but he bothered me and asked me to read the glyphs, so I bothered him. Yep, I told him the history, and here we go. I said 36,000 years ago, it was the Zep-Tepi. The first time, it was the god that Ptah, the Greeks call him Hyksos, but really he's a deification of the Twa. Ptah was infinite, the first man had been here forever. After Ptah was Atum-Ra, who ruled for 1,000 years. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there.
Oh, what you mean you ain't trying to go there? Come on, man, you tripping. Listen, you need to drop that knowledge, man. I think people need to hear that, man. I need to hear that, man. Come on, we need that. Hey, yo, it's time to continue. What's that?
Next for Shu, let's go in, let's begin. Seeing Medunetta, Shu means the wind, and Medunetta, that's that ancient tongue. I've been outdoing you dudes. Face it, young, I never get in arguments on whether Egypt was black, cause on the real, yo, we founded that. 999,000 raps, I'm like the SPCA. Jay, I'm housing cats, arousing your spouse about her blouse. In fact, my ladies get up, they stand up on the couch and clap. It's entertaining, don't mean to get off track, but my energy was telling me to just relax and bless the track. Dynasty 1, founded by Mena, but when it comes to Kemet, Mena's not the beginning. You wouldn't know how to receive a sacred gift, cause you're faker than that Hebrew creation myth. Adam and Eve, please, Adam and thieves. I'm adept, you're inept, you're inadequate, leave. You can measure me to see that the distance between us is longer than a day on Venus. You'll spend 43 days bombarded by sound waves, and the next 200 you're running.
Hold up. No, hey, don't give them no more. Don't give them no more. They gonna have to go dig, man. Like I told
Hope y'all following that knowledge. I could have talked for 30 minutes, but you wouldn't have got all that information. Listen.
This here, that knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here, that knowledge they ain't trying to hear. See this here, that knowledge they ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there.
We were telling them just look it up back in the day, 2010.
I think we need to give them a few days so they get their Google on, man.
You feel me?
Real, man. One thing I want brothers to look up is my man.
Some of the stuff I talked about in that song that I'll say is relevant to the things that we talked about today. It was basically about, the tales of Manetho and some of what his tales injected into history. Some of the historicity of his claims, and it just simply means whether the history was true or not. And, even why he wrote it the way he wrote it. Historiography. Why the historian grafted it the way they grafted it. You see, and when we even start talking about the historiography concerning Manetho, he wrote in Greek. So that would be a question to answer on why the historian penned the way he did. And then not only the script chosen, but their perspective, standpoint, and all of the things of that nature. Let me see. So I'm gonna go. And then, it was funny though. First, let me go to YouTube. Because last night we got some claims, another one of them claims from the archer that just go start shooting up everything. Brother Reggie. We're going to have to calibrate his bow. We're going to have to calibrate that bow, Brother Reggie. All right? Because you little off to the left. I didn't want to pull up this. I wanted to pull up this work. So we heard enough about the talks of Manetho, about the talks of whether he lived or existed. Now, I don't want to confuse W.G. Waddell with another historian that his works that I don't like to refer to. But at the same time, this work that we're about to look over, is just a collection of the works. And I started looking into it in a couple of these shows, but I need to keep pointing to things as we just, go through this discourse. Shout out to the chat. So just for the record, okay, great. So this ain't the other historian. The other guy, the other Waddell who came up with those pseudo claims in that other book. And I'm refreshing my memory on this work because I first reviewed it in about maybe even 10 years ago. But yeah, so first I'll talk about the other stuff later. Some of the newest claims, I like to go slow and not really, lose nobody. Sometimes I might be moving too fast and the people can't keep up with what's going on. So now, as history knows it, the actual works of Manetho don't survive. We ain't got them. Nobody got them. All right, that's established. His works survive in the quotes of other people who must have had them. Or there's a probability that some of these people must have had them, because there's another thing called pseudo-Manetho too.
We don't need to go too far in that. But what Waddell did in this book was rather he existed or not, he gathered all the documents of the people, particularly a lot of the documents, I never want to be absolute, of the people who spoke on Manetho's works and their works. All right, so that's easy for us to be following so far. Whether he existed or not, his works survive in the other works of other people, and it's key to note that most of his work survive in people who was trying to refute him, not people who was trying to support him. And the refutations come towards claims made towards Jews. Two style of refutations. Waged by one camp. I know nobody is not following it. Two styles of refutations against Manetho's work. One angle was towards the antiquity of the Egyptians versus the antiquity of the Hebrews. All right. So yeah, this will be another good if you collecting up on Manetho's works. That I see somebody Rex said he just ordered it. Add this book, and you can just download the PDF. Add this book, or get the hard copy too. Add this book to your library, whether digital or physical. The other style was towards, first towards the antiquity, and second towards claims made by Manetho that the Jews were lepers. So this is why his work survived. Because people say, no, he was wrong. You feel me? And those refutations don't come out of thin air. So the last time I showed this, I only focused on the point where they discuss the history of Egypt, or the history of Egypt. But also in here, you see he even go over pseudo Manetho and everything Waddell does. But also in here, we find the claims towards the refutations of Jews being lepers, actually in indigenous Egyptians who were lepers who got sent to Horus. These are claims of Manetho that old Jewish historians work to refute, particularly the one called Josephus. And so I'm going to look into some of those claims and as they become relevant to the discussion we're having about some of the tales of Christianity, because we have to see the source of that claim come from Egypt. Erroneous, negative, or what have we, anything you've ever heard, about that derives from an Egyptian priest, supposedly. All right. And so just to know some of the source of these stories as we begin to have a grander conversation about the relationship, we do have to start going back into the relationship between Egyptians and Jews before we go back to the relationship of Christianity and Egypt. Because some of the things that we propose may not have happened are actually documented. So this right here, this is where we start. And he starts to tell you, now we're still reading the foreword. So we're in the beginning, the introduction, where he's just breaking down a lot of what went down. It says the writing of Manetho, however, continued to be read with interest. And his Egyptian history was used for special purposes by the Jews when they engaged in polemic against, what is polemic? Polemic. So we can all see. I know some of us already know.
Polemic.
A speech or a piece of writing expressing strong critical attack on a controversial opinion about someone or something. Exactly what I just said they was trying to do. The strong controversial opinion of Manetho was that the Jews was lepers who was indigenous Egyptians, who got kicked out, and then all of the unclean people supposedly got sent to a Horus. So then now this is how it happens. In him, see, when we start talking about the historiography, he had a dilemma, Manetho, because he was one who could still read the Medunetter, apparently, at least his character could. As it is noted, he gave a king's list that matches right up today with either the Palmero stone or the Turin, I forget. But it matches up to this day. But he in 200-something BC, explaining to the Greeks that took over Egypt what certain stuff say, and giving them a history for what is being spoken about in here, the purpose, the use of Manetho by the Jews. So let's just read it instead of me reiterating. And his Egyptian history was used for special purposes by the Jews when they engaged in a polemic against Egyptians in order to prove their extreme antiquity. So I don't think in ancient times they would have been referring to the modern medical diagnosis, but if there is a modern medical diagnosis in which they still use a term called leprosy, it's probably coming from the ancient, they probably using it for those reasons. You feel me? But you know how medicine does. They could have identified other things. Nevertheless, we're just going to look at the actual claims and then the polemic against them. I'm going to start trying to use that term, right?
Polemic.
Oh, polemic. See, I already messed that up heck much.
Polemic.
So they put out that polemic. You feel me? You could put out a polemic. It's now. And it's speech or a piece of writing expressed in a strong critical attack or controversial opinion about someone else.
Polemic.
Or someone or something. You feel me? So they was trying to address that. Let's see if he really said the things that we claim, and we can see where it is, so that if you want to do further research, you can. Because this again is how, and this is the source of the Jews being related to Typhoon or Set. Why I say Typhoon? Because we got to understand the time period. We always got to be time perioded up. Because if there's a lot of Greeks running around and in control, and we had about 280 when dealing with Manetho, someplace around that time. All right. It would be a lot of Greek influence at that time. Speaking Greek, and even Egyptian priests had to come up with the Coptic script to at a later time, not this early.
maybe 400 years later, to address all of these Greek migrations. So as we roll up on this, and how, and the book is available, and I'll put it in the chat. As we roll up on this text part, I want us to take note of the origin of a few things that we often speak about today. And it wasn't me who says Manetho coined the term dynasty. I think that could be found in Josephus's work, but it is true, and you can go back and look that term starts from Greek. That don't go back to ancient Egyptian. So when I ask you what's the ancient Egyptian word for dynasty, we can use our tools to see what they'll provide us. But if you think about it, every time we look through all those texts and stuff, we don't got no term readily available that we could say dynasty means dynasty. So, I just pulled this out. It won't take too long because he speaks about it in the introduction. That's the only place he really speaks in this book. So please be patient with me. All right. And while you're being patient, you can like the video. If you haven't already, that is. Let me see. So here go things. Here go other stuff that we need to stop and slow our roll a little bit. It says 8 works have been attributed to Manetho. We only focus on the history of Egypt. But relevant to the conversation is also the book of Sophus, which will probably translate back to Sodep or Sapet or Satpet, one of the two. Sodep, Sapet, one of the two. I don't remember if the P before the D. But let's get down to it and see if I made that up. Actually, just to be faster, just type LE lepers right here, right? Bow. So let's just see what he says. In Manetho, indeed they found the unwelcome statement of the descendant of Jews from lepers. But they were able to identify their ancestors with the Hyksos. Do we see how it worked though from the primaries? When you go all the way back in history and you got it pinpoint and nailed at where this started happening first, and you see it happening on YouTube today, you see people, so-called historians, and YouTube historians and scholars coming on, and if they're of a certain faith, they may equate the Jews to the Hyksos. But here you hear that this is why they was initially even using Manetho for the 2 purposes that I pointed out. But I forgot to point out the Hyksos purpose. I only said lepers and to match up their history and their antiquity. It says in Manetho, indeed, they found an unwelcome statement of the descendant of the Jews from lepers, all right? So they refuting unwelcome statements. And cats is like, oh, he might not have even existed. Well, we only find his work in the people who find his statements unwelcoming. And it was those Jews who were refuting Manetho who identified their ancestors with the Hyksos. Y'all see that right on the screen? Just in case cats can't see. But they were able to identify their ancestors with the Hyksos and the Exodus with the expulsion of these invaders.
So you see people coming on today trying to run this same thing. The efforts of Jewish apologists account for much rehandling, enlargement, and corruption in Manetho's text. And the result may be seen in the treatise of Josephus. So look, just even after just listening to this show, you could just remember what we were eating and you would have that down pat. Not, you ain't gonna be exhaustive, but you're gonna have the abstract, basically. You feel me? The efforts of the Jewish apologists account for much rehandling, enlargement, corruption of Manetho's text, and the result may be seen in the treatise of Josephus contra Apionem. All right, against Apionem. Or whatever. Now, so they just made the statement right there about the unwelcome statement about Jews being lepers. But he'll go more to say what action they took. All right. So, and again, the whole book is readily available online. I'm only reading the excerpts important to the discussion we may hold today. I have various topics today. We'll talk about various topics, but let's see. It says, in this it was of importance for Josephus to show that the Hyksos had come to Egypt from abroad, because as we'll learn and as I detailed, that ain't what Manetho said. So he starts showing that the Hyksos, the Hyksos, they from someplace else, they whatever. But just like y'all be saying, the Hyksos was always there, right? Some of us, we know that the Hyksos wasn't a people at this point. But since they thought they were a people, we still got to take that into context, because they was talking about some people. But we would know them to be more properly called the Aamu right now, because every text we look at, the people are called Aamu. Some instances you may see retinue, but that's harder to find in association with Hyksos. And what I mean when I say some instances you may see retinue, when referencing people of the Levant, a particular area of the Levant. A popular area today, the coastal area, would be called retinue. All right, so I mean, we seeing that, and we at and no one will probably be able to take the account of some people having to start these refutations that we see going on today. Started back then. So now I'm gonna start saying the Josephus Israelites, because in a sense, this is when this scholastic efforts towards attack on Egypt in order to appropriate, not even appropriate, but to, substantiate Hebrew history. And again, we're reading it from the sources. So we're getting the opinion of the book writer who's just telling you what material in lies. All right. So he had to do that. He had to show that the Hyksos came from abroad, that their expulsion took place long before the beginning of Greek history. Why he had to do that? See? He breaking down the historiography. Everything he had to do when he was writing it, from his personal perspective, why it was penned, why it was grafted that way. He was dealing with all these things and had to write his history that way. Because Greeks, he wasn't Greek, but Greeks was Josephus Greek? I don't know. You could probably tell me. I think he claimed to be a Jew.
He's a Jewish historian. All right. But Greeks was all over the place, and he may be closer to when things start turning Roman Greco. Like when the Romans start speaking Greek. To where then it was just like, you wasn't calling yourself Greek, you probably call yourself Roman, but you should be speaking Greek. This is where we get the Greco-Roman when it just start being mixed up. But anyway, and that they, in their expedition to aid the lepers, see, he tried to switch it up first. We pinpointing the switch up. And this is why they meddle with Manetho's work, and now we can't find it, burned, and all that stuff. Now you tell me, is this bad reading comprehension? In this, it was of importance for Josephus to show that the Hyksos had come to Egypt from abroad, that their expulsion took place long before the beginning of Greek history, and that they, in their expedition to aid the lepers, so they remained unattained by them. Okay? So they was, oh no, we wasn't the leper. We was just trying to help the lepers. Now, we don't have to take none of this to be true. We can take, well, it's the difference between Manetho and his opponents, or even in the time. Manetho did things historically, and that's why the metal netter works, to show the ultimate truth in reality. Because when he translated the King's List for the Ptolemies, and then it was left in stone for us all to see, and it's right after we figured out the glyphs, then he already told you, how could I not have existed? That's that question. Scholastically, so the ponderance of his non-existent ain't as much in scholarship, because he proved it by giving us a King's List before, when Metal Netter wasn't deciphered and nobody knew it. The Greeks was like, what's all this say? It was supposedly him. So, but right now we're looking at him in context, not to the King's List, but in context to his effect, his history's effect on all of the, as a whole. Y'all should have a name for it. It probably is a name for it. It ain't really apologetics, but it goes further to lips. Refutations of polemics are, polemic is a refutation. So this whole polemic side is like a polemic culture, right?
Polemic.
Yeah, see, I incorporate good. A speech or piece of writing is expressing a strongly critical attack on a controversial opinion. So it's not a polemic culture, but it's like a refutation of this particular indictment or polemic towards particular people. All right. So it says, the king was delighted. He assembled all those in Egypt whose bodies were wasted by the disease. Am I not reading this from the paper? And they numbered 80,000 people, and watch them send them to Avaris. So now this is why this book is also good, because they give you the Greek too. So if you want to refute any of his translations. So now we're into the text, by the way. So let's see which version we're reading, just so we could be up to date on everything. And we could be reading Eusebius. I think Eusebius starts first. So, no, this is from Josephus's, okay? Okay. And so you can hear his direct words if you want to come, or you can buy his whole book. It's still available, Josephus. I think I got it in the room, but You could see him trying to lie it away or wish it away. So even him said, he said Amenhotep was a fictitious person. So it's just a lot to talk about this because we found out over history that Amenhotep wasn't Amenopus, right? Amenopus is going to wind up being an Amenhotep. We found out he wasn't a fictitious person. So we could go through Josephus and see how he was messing it up, trying to make the Jews have some history. Well, we can look and see exactly which king he's talking about there, and that ain't my intent. Furthermore, I just want to keep on keeping on point, right? So in that work, we keep seeing. Let's make sure though, cause yeah, it took me back to the count of the 80,000 people. But he gonna say that what happened? These he cast into the stone quarries in the eastern Nile. That ain't what Manetho has said. He added. Remember when they start saying he added, we could go back. But let's look anyway. Into the stone quarries in the Eastern Niles, there to work segregated from the rest of the Egyptians. Among them, Manetho added, there were some that of the learned priest who had been attacked by leprosy. All right. Oh, so this ain't even so this is another so I remember the story. In this story, this is another I think it still would translate back to Amenhotep, but this is another one. I could be wrong about that translating back. But this is not none of the pharaohs. The reason why he said this was fictitious, because Manetho also said Moses was an Egyptian priest. And so I think this is our character here, Amenophis. And again, you should see that for your own eyes. That's why first when I pointed out that Josephus was getting to work and making sure this stuff is refuted, and he say, hold on, first, we ain't the lepers. The Hyksos must have came from out of someplace else. And if you look at scholarship today at the standpoints that we have, and you can see like what certain people are promulgating and what stands true. So you'll see at the end he's going to conclude that was Moses. But it's put forth that all of this started, all of this meddling that we refuting today, saying Egypt didn't do that, we did that. All of this started back with Josephus refuting Manetho and a few others. All right. I know y'all reading that if you're looking at the screen. If not, y'all, I mean, I'll get to the ones I want us to see. I mean, they all pertain to one thing: exiled Egyptians who Manetho said got sent to Horus, that Josephus tried to refute and said, no, we only came there to help those lepers. Well, how would you have known those lepers was there? Oh, the chronology on the book. So at the time period we're talking about right now, we're talking about Manetho and Josephus. So we're talking about from about at the most 300 BC to about at the most 300 CE, right? Maybe 200, 100. But who knows exactly when Josephus lived. But that's the range of the text that we're going over. The original text being the most antiquitous, and the refutations coming afterwards. And so, let's see. It says,
Yeah, but they were able to identify their ancestors with the Hyksos and the Exodus. We went over all that. So cool. So that's one of the things I pointed to this book to just show that we can find a lot of good source material, primary source material, where all of the sources are in this book to when the meddling of Egyptian history started happening and under what auspices or under what, why they was doing it. They say it directly. When we start talking about the meddling of the history, what they did with the history of Egypt, they even show it was to fit Hebrew, and I pinpoint this in various shows, but I need this to be not overlooked. They did it to fit the Hebrew story into a world context. Basically, it couldn't be nobody with a history that was older than theirs if they supposedly descended from God and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like if there's the first people and they got this history, how could some other people go back way further than them? So that was actually a problem in the Jewish world. And we see the scholarship here to try to address it, all right? So I done went back in the book, but that's cool. And for the people who haven't seen, we can go through just real quick some of the works when they are discussing meddling with the dynasties, all right? And I'm gonna share this book with the chat. So it's all you gotta do is Google Manetho, WG, Waddell, and PDF, and you'll get it. So as we get ready to get up out of here, we're gonna show that I've been talking about this most recently because, man, all of the time period that we arrive at 3100 BC was by them taking a 36,000 year history and dividing it by 12. And they came up with 3,000. And they start telling the world Egyptian history started at 3000 BC. Now, whose sources are we going into? Again, I go into the Armenian version of Eusebius. All right. I was watching my good brother Chris show today, and he was pointing out that some of Eusebius' works are called a forgery. And I was just wondering, did the crowd or audience know what a forgery was? A forgery means copy from someplace else. You feel me? So it's like saying he copied them works from someplace else. I'm pretty sure the scholars speaking on it knew that, but it seemed like some people in the chat didn't really understand that. But let me see. As he recounts, in the Armenian version of Eusebius, as he recounts the deities and also kings of Egypt, he goes on to perform some of the first truncations as well. And he tell you which other Christian scholars or whatever that he's leaning on in order to truncate, to cut down the length of the history of Egypt in order to fit everything into the Hebrew context. And him even coming from the Christian perspective is following up on the work of Josephus and the other apologists or defenders of this tradition. And so right here, he's only talking about the reign of the kings until Osiris and Isis came. And he tell you when you read the text, it took 13,000 years for that to happen. You see what I mean?
Just read the screen. Thereafter, the kingship passed from one to another in broken succession of 13,000 years. So that's the thereafter. But let's look at the time period he got for them. No, that's going to be right. But it says thereafter. So that means kind of like after that, too, if I'm not wrong. But still, you can see what he does with the time. It don't matter. The fact is, look, the year I take, however, to be a lunar one, consisting that is of 30 days, what we now call a month. So this is what I'm saying. In refuting Manetho, they took a lot of the stuff he said, and that it's egregious for them to say this was a year and he lived for and they reigned for 13,900 years. And for his opponents to come in and say, oh no, that must have been months, and divide it all down. And believe it or not, that is still the history we go off of today. It's really not. See, they line things up. They preset them dates and line things up with them dates. We seen people show writing. We seen Brother Reggie, not people, show writing go back to like, what, 3,600, 3,700? But that don't fit in the context of this story. We know we got cultures that they won't call civilizations all the way back to 36,000 BC. Right there in Kemet. Thank you. Right there in Kemet. We got cultures, right? And in science and archaeology and everything, they're not called civilizations because of the definition we set on civilization. The expansion of humanity with some type of contracts between cultures. That's just my definition. But I hope I'm laying this out slow, Saturday morning slow. Ain't nothing nobody could have possibly missed yet. So is that fair? We got it right here. I had this bomb for a long time. What's this bomb? This bomb is the exact point and place where we're looking at Christian works right now. But this is building off Josephus. So this is where we can pinpoint the meddling with Egyptian history for the sake of Hebrew chronology. That's why everything they be saying, something's wrong. This looked like it date back to 10,000 BC. There's water on the Sphinx. What's up with this? It wasn't water here since the Green Sahara. They must have had to build it before it was water here. Because how there be water erosion on it? And then they call that arcane or fringe scholarship for the fact that it don't fit into the context of the story. All right. He's not the only culprit, and these aren't my words. And this isn't me suggesting that the rest of the world from this point on adheres to this math. It was them who suggested that, and that's what we did. Prove it. I keep telling you the Zep Tepi amount to 36,000 years. Just ask artificial intelligence right now. Make sure you say Zep Tepi, Zeptepi. Because the Google and the Wiki ain't going to show you that quick. You're going to have to do a little search. It's funny because I was watching the Manu Ampun video just the other day. I should have clipped it. Because he went, as soon as I think YouTube do that on purpose somehow. I fall asleep watching a video after I'm talking about something, and then they'll say the exact stuff that I'll be talking about. Exactly. The lunar month is 30 days. So what is suggested here, 29, 30, however long it takes the moon to come back. So what is being suggested in a Christian scholarly work is that we don't reckon the years of the Egyptians in the ways that they gave them to us. Seriously. They just switched up, put in the switchership, and all you got to do is get a calculator, take 36,000 divided by 12, since they said reckon them as lunar years. How many months are in a year? 12. So divide the total number, which eventually, if you add up all the numbers of the Zep Tepi, it comes to 36,400 years. Divide that by 12, you're going to get very close to when they tell us now in scholarship and academia everywhere where the history of Egypt start. They say 3000 BC. See? How they arrive at that? I just showed you. Yeah, what's up, Bay Area? I see y'all out here. Good morning, Bay Area. It's almost 9 a.m. I'm going to do a traffic report in a minute. I'm going to open up the Waze and do the Waze traffic report. Shout out to my people in the Bay. Tap it in. Make sure y'all look at that video I got up. I'm doing live streams that get more views than the video. That's why I don't be tripping. All right? You feel me? But, I mean, you must admit this is much more informative than a song. The song is just to lure people back to the knowledge. So the more you spread the song is on this page, you can lure them back to the knowledge. Come on now, you know how we do. Any refutations from the opponents? Any refutations from the people who have not liked the video yet? Because if you ain't liked the video yet, to me, you on the side of the people who ain't feeling this. It's the only thing I got to go off. My wife brought me my breakfast, so excuse the long pauses. But I'm saying, let's leave this part on the screen so anyone who want to say that this ain't what I'm interpreting that wrong can read it for themselves and point to in the chat where I'm falling off. I'll highlight the point of emphasis. Or, the point that you should be focusing on. Wait for the chat. I don't know. Tell me what y'all getting. Yeah, it's raining bad, but I'm in the Central California. I just been a factor in the Bay my whole life. Since I seen Davey D rapping in the mall, I was like, oh, okay. All my partners was messing up. They was trying to be D-boys and shit. But they didn't see Davey D rapping in the mall that day. Not the Davey D that y'all know from the Bay now. That's my man from back in them days too. But the official rapper Davey D from Oakland, a lot of people don't even know him, bro. Fat Davey D, boy. My partner DeRock took me to the mall, like my first or second time going to the mall. And he was so popular when we was walking through the mall that I was like, all right, I gotta be popular because this feel good. Like you walking through, it looked menacing, but my partner knew everybody. So I was good. And then I seen Davey D rapping in Eastmont, bro. Man, now that I know I'm going off on a tangent, but hey, hip hop knowledge, it's give you a break from thinking so hard on the knowledge. Plus, nobody didn't even tell me what they thought about what we've been reading so far, so I just started building. But he gonna continue, and I will continue too. I know it ain't no YouTube footage on the real Davey D from Oakland. If it is, woo, y'all have been blessed. But there's another David D from the Bay too. He the real David D too, but he just ain't from Oakland, I don't think. He might be. If so, then he had to get that name from the other David D. But anyway, that's history too, just like this is history. Let me see. So here they go, keep on dividing up the kings, and they said, look, man, all of these years, you could add this 11,000 to his 13,000, and all of these years is going to come up to 36,000, and they're going to divide it up. Pretty much enough on that. That's where that started. You see, I just scrolled through the book and stopped by accident on another claim that's telling you I'm telling the truth. Just read this. Everyone can rewind and see that was just a quick scroll that I'll be doing. I wasn't trying to come to this page. But actually, as we get to this page, it's a very good quote in what I'm trying to illustrate. And this is them getting at us. The red hand, cookie hand. I mean, this is cookie hand in the cookie jar right here. All right, we'll talk about, I'm glad you added that, Rec. He said Manetho dates are suspicious. That's fine. But actually, if you know what, you can look into archaeology and into I don't know about genetics, but maybe archaeology. Yeah, genetics even tell you it was people there going back to the times he's talking about. But we have a field that won't allow us to say it was a civilization until 3100 BC. Remember? That's only a field of scholarship that's making us say that, drawing on archaeological. That don't really draw on no archaeology. We all study this. The difference between a culture and a civilization does not really draw heavily on the archaeology. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. He said seeing MC Hammer at Eastmont Mall. Now I'm about to see Davey D. Oakland. See if anybody got some Davey D. Now, are they going to go Lil Durrell, huh? All right, well, I'm giving y'all not that history. He was out there at the same time as Lil Durrell. Lil Durrell will tell you about Davey D. And DB the youngster, that's my partner. DB hit me on my birthday. Young DB, the general, shout out. These crazy youngsters out here. Wow. All right, let's get back to the knowledge. Seriously, though. And I'm going to get out this book. But I wanted to start at the beginning, right? And I told you this quote that I just wrote to says, but since the Egyptians claim by a sort of prerogative of antiquity that they have, before the flood, a line of gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead who reigned for more than 20,000 years. So see, I'm telling you, 20,000 years before the flood.
And furthermore, they didn't really say gods, demigods, and spirits of the dead. That's just the way that was interpreted. Meaning we would have to go back and read the papyrus, the text. Matter of fact, let's do this. I know some of y'all clever and swift. The question is, which ancient Egyptian kings list does Manetho's kings list line up with? It's either the Palmyra stone or the Korean kings list. And then once we find the kings list, we got to see if they called the first kings on their Neteru. See? And it ain't, what's the word for semi-Neteru? No one knows an ancient, that's a checkmate too. No one knows an ancient Egyptian word for half Neteru, half man. But he's purporting that half of the people that said was gods on the kings, that said was kings on the kings list, was actually demigods and gods, really because the length of time that they said that they reigned. You know, I seen something I've been teaching on Wiki this morning. Sometimes before you be teaching stuff, it don't be on Wiki, I'm telling you. Then you start teaching it and it be on Wiki. I could prove, well, I can't prove it unless they got a Wiki history. But that stuff about wash from the Mern Patastel, that wasn't on Wiki when we first started talking about that. Wash being the so-called northern-looking character on the, not the Mern Patastel, on the Narmer palette. Huh? People be hella funny calling Patata. You can't call Patata if you read glyphs. How you gonna call Patata? Ta mean land. So if I was like Ta, no, Pata. I got this on the screen because I be wanting a little bit of feedback before we moved on, but I think it's apparent and evident, and even if not, it's kind of hard for us to deny that even what we're doing today, defending, that's what the Magi do, defend Kemet against these erroneous claims. This was happening in ancient times. This attack on even Egypt being African, if you want to think about it, because that's what this leads to. You see, this is the first phase of contending with the history of Egypt. And then it start getting all multifold as history unfolds. And we get different layers of it. So now we all the way down to the modern people who are always there and all of these other tales that people tell us. You feel me? But again, we pinpointed in history where a lot of this stuff starts. Now I said Manetho coined the term dynasty, and I think we could find that in this book too, so we can just get some definitive stuff for the people who talk about this. Okay? Too bad it says dynasty 200 something times in this book. So I can't quickly take us to it, and I don't have it offhand. But it is in this book where we get that wasn't a term. And now let's think about it. Hyksos wasn't a term. There was no dynasties, unless somebody can pull out that word. Or he probably tried to take a word they had, like a family, and let them know that meant dynasty. So it was no dynasties, and there was no Hyksos. There was families, rulers, and foreign rulers. There was no ancient Egyptian word that I know of offhand for demigods. Meaning half man, half God. One could exist, but I haven't came across that in my limited studies. So a lot of this stuff start right there. Now we could prepare to move on. I just was hoping that while I was stalling and talking, I could find a quote where they say Manetho coined the term dynasty to explain to the Greeks how Egypt went down. But I'm only on quote number 46, so I'm gonna body that real quick. I'm cool on that. Let me show y'all some stuff real quick pertaining to all of the things we discuss and that we're discussing. First,
if you read what the Greeks said, not what we think, but if you read what the Greeks said, they said they got everything from Egypt. They got all their knowledge from Egypt. If you read what the Greeks said, not what we think, but if you read what the Greeks said, they said they got everything from Egypt. They got all their knowledge from Egypt. If you read what the Greeks said...
No, that's Bruce Stewart, but I am about to play Robert Rittner. I think you seen my other plays. So,
not what we think,
y'all heard that 3 times because it normally take 3 times on YouTube. See, we are in a proper period. And we're bringing, and we're bringing the proper attestations from the proper period. So some people don't rock with this. I think it might take 6 times. Really, I got to grab something real quick. Let's listen to what he said.
Read what the Greeks said. They said they got everything from Egypt. They got all their knowledge from Egypt. If you read what the Greeks said, not what we think, but if you read what the Greeks said, they said they got everything from Egypt. They got all their knowledge from Egypt. If you read what the Greeks said, not what we think.
Not what we think.
What the Greeks said.
All right. Now we heard that enough that everybody should have that part. Well, I be trying to share my clips to my stream, and it never just let me share it to the YouTube so y'all can see it. So I'm gonna have to put it so y'all can see some of the clips that I've got, or that I'm gonna start to collect. I ain't got a lot, right? But look. All pertaining to everything we talking about, right? Because first the refutations happened, but then what start happening after the refutations? The appropriation. Now he say the Greeks said, you got to remember, the Greeks took over Egypt. They had their gods before they took over Egypt. And they said they borrowed all of their gods and all of their knowledge from Egypt. You see? Well, watch how this starts to happen. Pertaining to Christianity, And now we're going to hear from the Oriental Institute, Robert Rittner, and see what the scholastic view is on the subject.
And the image of Isis suckling her young child became ubiquitous in the Near Eastern world, and in fact the entire Western world, because this was one of the dominant religions before Christianity. The cult of Isis penetrated as far as the Russian border, all the way up to Britain and throughout Germany. So that it is hardly a surprise when we find the same image was simply borrowed directly from ancient Egypt for a new cult, Christianity. And images of Christianity are almost invariably in the earliest stages taken directly from specific biblical references. There's no reference to this. But this is Coptic. Our earliest examples go through the Coptic Church, where they simply take the images of Isis and adapt them. In the Middle Ages, Isis images in Switzerland were put in churches as images of the Virgin Mary.
Hey, Reggie, that's a good-ass point. But he ain't in debate. But you want to know what, Reggie? He says, so European scholars don't have to source up? That's not, so what Reggie mean? I think you're pertaining to the slides that he's showing. Notice at his conference in academia, since he has a PhD, he's lying on the laurels that if you ask him about any of these pictures, he's about to hit you with the source. But what we require is that the source is on the screen in the community. And he's not in debate. He's just giving a presentation. Even at some of our presentations, we will say we require more of us than that academia requires of the scholar. But to not lose the point of what he's saying, I'll let this play a few times.
And the image of Isis suckling her young child became ubiquitous in the Near Eastern world, and in fact the entire Western world, because this was one of the dominant religions before Christianity. The cult of Isis penetrated as far as the Russian border, all the way up to Britain and throughout Germany. So that it is hardly a surprise when we find the same image was simply borrowed directly from ancient Egypt for a new cult, Christianity. And images of Christianity are almost invariably in the earliest stages taken directly from specific biblical references. There's no reference to this. But this is Coptic. Our earliest examples go through the Coptic Church, where they simply take the images of Isis and adapt them. In the Middle Ages, Isis images in Switzerland were put in churches as images of the Virgin Mary. And the image of Isis suckling her young child became ubiquitous in the Near Eastern world, and in fact the entire Western world, because this was one of the dominant religions before Christianity. The cult of Isis penetrated as far as the Russian border, all the way up to Britain and throughout Germany. So that it is hardly a surprise when we find the same image was simply borrowed directly from ancient Egypt for a new cult, Christianity. And images of Christianity are almost invariably in the earliest stages taken directly from specific biblical references. There's no reference to this. But this is Coptic. Our earliest examples go through the Coptic Church, where they simply take the images of Isis and adapt them. In the Middle Ages, Isis images in Switzerland were put in churches as images of the Virgin Mary.
Now, if you are judging any PhD by the laurels that you judge somebody in the conscious community by, you messing up. I can show you the sources to these documents. So if your argument is don't trust him if he ain't showing the source, nah. Anybody who finds this video, I will let you know that is not the sentiment of even this low-level research that we do. Okay? We ain't that puzzled. Now, especially even when somebody just telling you a story, you normally just don't be like that. But we understand the different context where a source material is mandated. And so we got a high bar over here and we under heavy scrutiny, right? But he just giving a presentation somewhere, wherever. I'm pretty sure if this was a debate, the format would be different. And so let's keep on looking. Because there are often things said and pertaining to other things too.
But right along these
Now,
lines.
since I've launched off onto Egyptian Christian parallels, let me continue. In the Roman period, Horus is updated in his dress in the same way that in the Renaissance you would have saints wearing contemporary clothing. Here is the Horus on a horse who is spearing his demonic enemy, who here you can see is as a crocodile, and you will be not surprised at all to notice that this is the direct antecedent of that. So St. George on the dragon is directly coming from Horus spearing Seth. Now, since I've launched off onto Egyptian Christian parallels, let me continue. In the Roman period, Horus is updated in his dress in the same way that in the Renaissance you would have saints wearing contemporary clothing. Here is the Horus on a horse who is spearing his demonic enemy, who here you can see is as a crocodile, and you will be not surprised at all to notice that this is the direct antecedent of that. So St. George on the dragon is directly coming from Horus spearing Seth. Now,
make
since
sure y'all
I've launched
remember
off
this.
onto
Come
Egyptian
on.
Christian parallels, let me continue. In the Roman period, Horus is updated in his dress in the same way that in the Renaissance you would have saints wearing contemporary clothing. Here is the Horus on a horse who is spearing his demonic enemy, who here you can see is as a crocodile, and you will be not surprised at all to notice that this is the direct antecedent of that. So St. George on the dragon is directly coming from Horus spearing Seth. Now,
So this is coming off of the Oriental Institute's page. They got a lot of good videos on there. I recommend if you're into that type of stuff, you watch it. But we got this one for Reggie. It's for my brother Reggie.
I found 7 maidens.
And shout out to all the Greek texts. But I seen you took back your statements about Asar being a debaucher, being into debauchery. And I'm glad you did, because I only had to ask one question, and then you good griefed me. See, I understand we a small family like we a small family like Charlie Brown and them, right? But we all different characters in the Charlie Brown story. Let's go to Sonnet. What else we on Sonnet? Because you can't get to saying Horus is into something, bruh. Like, I know you was tripping. And so I just wanted to help, hey, like, be like, phew, you just get an arrow go by your shoulder. A one-word arrow. Now, if we go back to the video we was watching, was we on Garfield? I'm just saying, bro, you good grief me. Watch this. It's about to be hella funny. Because it reminded me of Charlie Brown. Can we see that? I know you got it. If you ain't laughing, then let me laugh for you. We chilling. I was like, dang, he could grief me. Hold on. Hey, get that dog. Get the dog. Let me see. Reggie straight good grief me. Hold on. Where was that? Because you start saying these crazy things, and I just simply wanted to be known that maybe I won't be able to find it. But all I just said was the source for the things that we said about Horus's debauchery. Now, I don't want to expound on that because when I woke up, I seen something on my hot channel saying that you took it back. I didn't get to watch it, but he kind of like had a quote up there. Let me see if I can find that. Because this news travels fast, boy, especially when you a leader in the community like you are yourself, Reggie. So let's see what this video entails. Let's get to that real quick. Hopefully they'll catch me
Dictionary.
up to speed with what was going on. Yeah.
You need to see it to believe it.
So it says Reggie said that Horus ard 7 women and then retracted. I don't know what's going on this page.
Well, it clearly says that L floundered in his.
I just want to hear the part about the retraction. It was something little.
4 hours ago.
So Reggie wrote 4 hours ago, I take back that Horus ard 7 women.
I found a source that debunked that. See, that's that magi, right by the shoulder, grazed the shoulder. We do it on purpose. We got good aim, bro. We never ever gonna hit you. But when you start walking on the field of war with the wrong colors on, you might get grazed. All of us can't see that well, but we still got accuracy in scholarship. Okay, and so it transpired like this. Sonetta hit the button, bows, put my comment on the screen that says source, right? And Reggie hit me with the, good grief, y'all got it. This the funny part because he good grief me. I couldn't think about nothing but Charlie Brown episode. But I was like, dang, take the comment down. I'm just like, look, don't say too much more about Heru being a debaucher, because, man, that's kind of messed up. If the overall goal is to win in a debate that don't even got nothing to do with Horus being a debaucher, see, that's betraying everybody who looked up to you for Kemet information. People think I use that word betrayal loosely, but some of us use it too heavily. Betrayal is that's why people think it's like Benjamin, whoever, whatever, dude name is Benedict Arnold. No, that's a form of treachery and betrayal. But scholastically, if you look at what this means, we always got to do the etymology. It's going to be to provide information to put one in harm's way. Well, they're going to say to hand over, but we'll get it down to providing information. Come on, man. Right? Look. The act of revealing information in violation of confidence, bruh. See? The act of revealing information in violation of the confidence that the people have in your Kemetic studies. The act of disappointing a person's trust, hopes, and expectations. Failure to keep or honor a promise, principle, or cherished memory. No, I'm saying providing information like Horus Ard some people. Again, you took it back, so you shouldn't feel the reprimand. This ain't a reprimand. It's just like, I was getting ready to address it, and I found out that those statements got taken back. No, just on the sense of information, my friend. Everyone can see that how much people look up to you for your information, right? And so that was just like, I'm talking about how we understand the sense of the word. I expounded it first to say I'm not talking about like no Benedict Arnold or nothing like that. I'm talking about you're providing information that people didn't, it betrays some trust in your Kemetic studies. That's not an insult or nothing. It's just like awareness type of thing. Because to say that Horus is an R and then take it back, because he was ready to talk about it right here, but it basically says, I found a source that debunks that Horus simply desired them. However, he does deflower one maiden on an ebony bed. Yeah, deflowering is not a problem. So I want to give y'all some information on the stories that my good brother was talking about, because we talked about these stories before. I know I don't talk about nobody with stories, this deep. Like when you into the metal nature, it's only a few people I could go to. So we talk about Separatunis and Tabidget. Someone said they think I mean arguing in bad faith. I can't recall where I possibly meant that, but hopefully that was a good correction right there and not an erroneous one. So yeah, I hope I did probably mean that. I just can't recall. So however, I stand that Egyptian texts in the late period were not Egyptian, but contain elements of foreigners, right? So if that's our stance, then we probably should never use none of those texts to make a point. If we take a stance that Egyptian texts in the late period were not Egyptian, but contain elements of foreigners, then when they talk about Heru being anything like Heru is Greek, we all threw all that out, but these are all the old things that we have to make sure that we put a lid on, especially as vanguards of Kemet. So yeah, we're going to open up the chat, but I want to show some stuff before we get there. It says, our people are blackologists. See, this is the thing. If you understand, now this is just for all my people who get into these type of discourses. And this is just for anyone who's been in a relationship, any relationship. If you want to hold your relationship and keep your relationship. This gang for young people. Check it out. Whenever you're recanting or whenever you're apologizing, never mount a defense. I'm just saying, even if you did something wrong in your relationship, you walk back and you're apologizing, that's not the appropriate time to defend the actions that you're apologizing for. That's just game. You might defend yourself at a later point once the heat swell off, but at the point of contention and atonement, you gotta understand what apology really means. And I'm not saying this is an apology, but a lot of us have accepted as one. We always do that apology. So why we don't do that? Because apology is going to lead us back to basically a defense, right? So you already mounted your defense in justification, right? I mean, in saying sorry, and really, if we understand the art of discourse, it is to diffuse attacks being mounted against one. So it's a different type of a defense. Apathetic, apologetic defense should not contain offenses. It just gotta just be like, you know what? Because if you just make it short and sweet, oh, I messed that up, my bad. All right, that's a easy way to say I'm sorry. Then the other part, it just becomes more well accepted. But I'm not even going in on that. I just want to go back to what led me to start showing that, and I was in my clips, and I was at this. So
I found 7 ladies who were.
So when we talk about the Greek text, we go back to Robert Rittner, and you see. This is Greek on the screen, no metal nature. Oh yeah, you did good, Reggie. No, I woke up to what I'm glad I seen. Nothing, no foul, no harm, no foul, or whatever. But it was just a shock moment. You shocked us. But to carry on anyway, we're in the Greek text and we're talking about the 7 brides with 7 stingers. So a bride is like equating to a wife. And in all actuality, when we start talking about Septuagint and Tabijit, we're talking about scorpions. Okay, even though they take wear the name maiden, that would allude some of us to be on, to read the text as virgins. It actually just comes back as the 7 brides of Horus. So let's hear this 1-minute clip over and over again.
I found 7 maidens who were sitting upon a spring of water, I being Horus. I desired, but they did not desire. I agreed, but they did not agree. I desired to love, fill in the blank of the person you desire, but she did not desire to receive my kiss. I strengthened myself, I stood up, I cried, I sighed until the tears of my eyes covered the soles of my feet. So then he remonstrates with the goddess Isis, and she goes on to say that what is the matter with you? He repeats the story all over again, and finally it ends with, I desire that so-and-so, the daughter of so-and-so, spend 40 days and 40 nights hanging on me like a bitch for a dog, like a sow for a boar, for I am one who calls, and you are the one who must desire. The burning sensation that Horus feels now is the burning pangs of love. I found 7 maidens who were sitting upon a spring of water, I being Horus. I desired, but they did not desire. I agreed, but they did not agree. I desired to love, fill in the blank of the person you desire, but she did not desire to receive my kiss. I strengthened myself, I stood up, I cried, I sighed until the tears of my eyes covered the soles of my feet. So then he...
So right there, even though we don't have to whip this out for no reason now, because our good brother said he was tripping, but that's what he did when they didn't want to be with him. He went and cried to his mama. He didn't perform any type of debauchery. Then he tried to boss up. But Heru did not perform debauchery here. Now, I know when he lies on Tabijit, he gets stung. Okay? But again, he didn't lie with Tabijit in any form of debauchery. Tabijit was a scorpion, so Horus was burning in the desert. So there's a lot of analogies to that song, to that story. He laid with a scorpion and was burning in the desert and had to go to his mama Isis, and another story of the 7 scorpions where they just Isis homegirls. These are the women Heru laid with. But here in this Greek model of the story, he has to be made out of as some type of a lover boy who goes and cries to his mama when the girls don't like him. Then his mama tell him to be a man. Then he go back and come with some command. Now, the cold part about this is a Greek time spell for attracting women. So when he say fill in the name of blank, that's what you're supposed to say at that point. That's what they thought. Oh yeah, I'm about to open up the chat. But I'm just trying to get the building material in here. We definitely want to hear from Brother Reggie and let you have the floor for a minute. But let's listen over this text again to see what Horus did when the women did not desire him. Just for all of history.
I found 7 maidens who were sitting upon a spring of water, I being Horus. I desired, but they did not desire. I agreed, but they did not agree. I desired to love, fill in the blank of the person you desire, but she did not desire to receive my kiss. I strengthened myself, I stood up, I cried, I sighed until the tears of my eyes covered the soles of my feet. So then he remonstrates with...
So he straightened up because he was insulted. You know, you want to get with a sister, she don't want to get with you, you feel bad. He straightened up, he grabbed himself. He did cry till his tears covered the soles of his feet because he felt like he couldn't get no twerk. So he was out here like, I'm about to go tell my mama. Listen.
With the goddess Isis, and she goes on. So then he remonstrates, has covered the soles of my feet. So then he remonstrates with the goddess Isis, and she goes on to say that, what is the matter with you? He repeats the story all over again, and finally it ends with, I desire that so-and-so, the daughter of so-and-so, spend 40 days and 40 nights hanging on me like a bitch for a dog, like a sow for a boar, for I am one who calls, and you are the one who must desire.
See? So he went to his mama and got an incantation to make women like him. This is Horus. He wasn't no bad character. Man. And this is even Greeks telling you this. It's only us telling us otherwise. Let me open up the lines. As I open up the lines, I'm going to click watch full video so y'all can get more of that while we getting it in.
Same thing exactly. Two of the most interesting of these texts, and those are Coptic spells from the 6th to 7th century.
Coptic, okay.
And they go as follows. Now, originally, in the 18th dynasty examples, Horus was burned, perhaps from being scorched on the desert. Then that burning sensation is transferred to headache, to fevers, to other things, but the situation is still kept the same. In this text, there is a burning and a fever, but it is of a slightly different nature. Hear Horus crying, hear Horus sighing. I am troubled, poured out for 7 maidens from the 3rd hour of day until the 4th hour of the night. Not one of them sleeps, not one of them dozes. Isis, his mother, replied to him within the temple with her face turned toward the 7 maidens. And the 7 maidens then turned toward her face. Horus, why are you crying? And of course he repeats.
So they wouldn't give him no sleep either. And he started crying. This dude was lightweight soft. He wasn't like, shut up, I'm trying to sleep. He went back to his mama again. Because they wouldn't let him sleep, bruh. They tossed and turned throughout the night. Nothing about him touching them, nothing. Let's
Horus,
listen.
throughout most of Egyptian depictions, shows Horus in the form of a baby with his finger tucked to his mouth.
I went back
lips.
too far.
In Egyptian thought, this is to indicate that he's a child and that he's sucking his finger. In the Greco-Roman period, however, this is reinterpreted
Again.
as he is a child who is guarding the secrets, and that this is an indication that one is to be silent regarding the mysteries. So that Horus and his standard image, becomes the symbol of the initiate in the Greco-Roman world. Now, I could give you many, many more examples. I think you don't need many, many more examples. But just to tell you one or two, from the 1st century AD, we've now jumped from 1300 BC to 1st century AD. O Osiris, foremost in the west, happy is your son Horus. He will repeat youthful vigor, and he will rule the deserts with his strong arm. Why is he given authority over the deserts? Because that is where he has been injured, and that is where he will suddenly repeat his vigor and become healthy. And then from the 3rd century AD, well beyond the papyrus I showed you there, we have Horus went up at midday onto the mountain during the season of inundation, mounted upon a white horse.
Listen to
He
this.
found all the gods seated at the place of judgment, eating the produce of the Nile. They said, Horus, come and eat. Horus, come, are you going to eat? He said, go away from me, because it turns out that he has a terrible, terrible headache and is unable to eat anything at all. He has a burning fever in his head.
Let me share the screen
and so
for you.
then he is finally calmed when they bring him foodstuffs, etc. So again, the place of his injury is standardly on the mountain from the beginning of the New Kingdom all the way into the threshold of the Christian period. And to go further into the Christian period, we have what is perhaps two of the most interesting of these texts. And those are Coptic spells from the 6th to 7th century, and they go as follows. Now, originally, in the 18th dynasty examples, Horus was burned, perhaps from being scorched on the desert. Then that burning sensation is transferred to headache, to fevers, to other things, but the situation is still kept the same. In this text, there is a burning and a fever, but it is of a slightly different nature. Hear Horus crying, hear Horus sighing. I am troubled, poured out for 7 maidens from the 3rd hour of day until the 4th hour of the night. Not one of them sleeps, not one of them dozes. Isis, his mother, replied to him within the temple with her face turned toward the 7 maidens. And the 7 maidens then turned toward her face. Horus, why are you crying? And of course he repeats the same thing exactly. But even if you have not found me, if you have not found my name, O Horus, take a cup with a little water and you must do the following ritual action. Now this might seem to be as clear as mud. Horus isn't somehow injured again. He's upset over these 7 women. He's again in a desert situation. They are near a fountain. So this ties us rather nicely with the Philina notion of 7 maidens with dark eyes who bring water at a fountain. Here is an example of 7 maidens, but what on earth is he suffering from? That is explained in the following text, which was written by the same scribe, which goes, I found 7 maidens who were sitting upon a spring of water, I being Horus. I desired, but they did not desire. I agreed, but they did not agree. I desired to love, fill in the blank of the person you desire, but she did not desire to receive my kiss. I strengthened myself, I stood up, I cried, I sighed until the tears of my eyes covered the soles of my feet. So then he remonstrates with the goddess Isis, and she goes on to say that, what is the matter with you? He repeats the story all over again, and finally it ends with, I desire that so-and-so, the daughter of so-and-so, spend 40 days and 40 nights hanging on me like a bitch for a dog, like a sow for a boar, for I am one who calls, and you are the one who must desire. The burning sensation that Horus feels now is the burning pangs of love. Burning pangs of fire of love for these women, these 7 women who sit near springs, who are presumably the 7 suitors of Horus, or the one who Horus is anxious to meet.
What's up? What's up? I see you out there, sir.
I'm a top fan. Yeah, you got, and rest in peace to Robert Rittner. He passed away late last year. He couldn't get his kidney. I was speaking to him, trying to get him to do a show. And he was like, if I make it past this hospital trip, he had just did the show debunking the Jehovah Witness claims to Horus and not Horus, to Abraham being in the Egyptian text. So from that show, he went to the hospital and he didn't make it back because of his kidney situation. But he was the top Egyptologist in America, as they proclaimed him, and as pretty much all the institutions recognize. But and those videos are on my Heck in the Chair page. But with the stories, we have to keep in mind why we say, okay, this is the African version, and here's the Greek version. Because when you get further into this, they're going to disrespect Geb. They say in the war that Geb is fighting with foreigners. He wants the crown. And in fact, there's a papyrus, the Hinutawi papyrus. We keep talking about that. The crown is put on his head and it burns his face. And he's also accused of raping Nut, his mother. Right? So when you start to get into, and this is based off of them observing nature and hating on the Neteru. Remember, the Neteru become the Titans in Greek mythology. So you know how the Greeks treated the Titans, but they venerate initially where they come from. So you have to, you know, you always have to understand and recognize who's writing and telling the story at those times. I see Saber Reggie coming in, so I'm gonna be short. Go ahead, brother Saber.
Saber Reggie in the building. Nah, you ain't gotta hit us with that. You gonna hit us with the resurrection one time.
Wakanda forever.
Oh, you resurrected? Okay, he resurrected. I feel you. Nah, that ain't Wakanda. That's that resurrection. We could talk about it. How you doing?
Peace to the fam. Peace to you, Smash Rockwell. Congratulations on releasing that video. It was hard.
Oh, we was just doing some research. Like, let's shoot a video. You know how we do. They brought.
Yeah,
I think they brought. They brought Ramses through. I think that's when they brought Ramses through.
Oh yeah, that was nice, man. And you got a lot of like. Would you go early in the morning before the people
we was
came?
trying to get before everybody. You might see one or two people in the background, but I was trying to make it look like a little better, you know.
Yeah, I go to the Met, like I'll be the first one in the exhibitions, you know, I just run. If I want a picture with nobody there, the museum opened up at 11, right? By 11:05, I'm in the set because I'm moving, so I know how we do. All right, so let's just get to it. So look, one thing I do respect about you, Smash, sometimes you're talking directly to me, right? Through the audience, right? So you launching your little arrows, not little arrows, but you're a people smiter, and you just grazing me, right? And at the same time, you know, how can I say, and I'm throwing throw sticks and arrows, right? At you, right? Grazing you. Right now,
but you be throwing them at Kemet. Let's get back, right? You throw them at Kemet.
No. Yeah. See, here's the thing. Now, Smash. Now, me and you be talking. This is some big boy talk. Everything ain't Kemet. That's for low-level people. We got Tawi. We got pre-dynastic Nakata, Nubian. You teach that yourself. So. We know that ancient Egypt absorbed a lot of stuff from the other civilization. We know that Norma wasn't no damn Egyptian, right? He wasn't Kemet. Kemet don't come to a long period. And the usage of Kemet in ancient Egypt in itself, we make it bigger than what it is because it's not that many attestations. So we do what we call blackology, right? So if you're addressing me as the whole civilization was Kemet, right? That's when I start throwing those sticks and axes. Because me and you, we really can't do that when we talk, right? Now, those people pushing it for different reasons, that's for that level, and we can respect that level. Now, let me just show you this. Long time ago, I started talking about the Greek Horus. Now we at the point. We at this point, right? When I was throwing those sticks and arrows, you're going to read a text, and you didn't read all of written statements, but I know it, right? That there's so much foreign influence in this magical text in the late kingdom. So much that you can't say it's Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom. There's aspects of it, but it's Greek Horus. This is the Greek Horus. And the Greek Horus is not the ancient Egyptian Horus, right? He's not the ancient people. He is a modified, homogenized, synchronized Horus because other people have control over the language and the people. This Horus now, he's going to move into the Christian period, right? This is not the ancient Egyptian Horus. This is the Greek Horus, right? Now, because me and you, we can agree to disagree on some things, but I'll hear you out. The other thing is, y'all laughed at me, not you particularly. I said y'all. I'm moving Smash out. Saw's here, so he know, right? When I was talking about, I was talking about the virginity concept. I knew the ancient Egyptians have a different concept of virginity. And and just to keep it a buck, the statement that you finally showed, not that you finally showed because you are a scholar. I know you, I know how you get down, I love you, right? But this is the exact moment where the Greek Horus, the concept of the Greek virgin and Greek maiden, right, transferred into the corpus so that later Egyptologists could base their concepts on virginity based on this period, this time period of the Greek Horus. So that's where we get the majority of ancient Egyptian researchers and scholars drawing from this point and unfortunately making it ancient Egypt. So I was throwing, I was throwing everything just to let you, just so that we could get to this point. Now we at this point. You make this Horus right now ancient Egyptian, not you, the people. Y'all make this Horus, this Greek Horus, this Coptic Horus, right? Going into the 1st century, you make him ancient Egyptian. Now, if you do, that's blackology, because you want to, what you want to do is you want to ignore the nuances. Now, it's hard to talk to Smash, because see, Smash is going to always venerate the concept of Kemet. He's going to venerate it, right? But I'm talking to him as his brother, not his big brother, but as a peer. These are the nuances. But now, if you holding your information and you're not being specific, right? You're not being specific, then see, Smash knows a lot. Saw knows a lot. There's other people here that are learning, right? Now, if you play with the information, so you don't, so when I'm talking about copulation, and then you're saying that Jabari has good points, and you say that to me, and it hurts because he's not even reading the Medu-Neter. He's not even a priest of the Medu-Neter. So he's not a sesh of the Medu-Neter. He's a historian. And when you say things like that to me, that he has good points, I'm like, whoa, he's not even looking at the primaries. Whoa, he never even comes to your channel. Whoa. So what you're doing is you're saying in your mind he has good points from the information that you know, but for what the public knows, he's not. He doesn't even know that a husband, if Asar was the husband of a Set, let's go pull up the Egyptian word for husband. You know it, right? So let's just go, let me go and see if I can find the Egyptian word for a husband. Because he wants to play, he's the one who wants to play with penises. But before I do that, I'll come back and not do that. Smash, can you understand a little bit about what I'm saying? There is a Greek Horus. That Greek Horus will find itself in Coptic Egyptian text. The Greek Horus. So now they own ancient Egypt? So these are the little lessons that we were doing prior to this conversation to get to this point, and you as a scholar and me with some shock value got us to this point. Brother Reggie retracted his statement, right? Because I know there's other rape instances in, how can I say, there's other rape instances in ancient
Let's
Egypt.
use a different word because that YouTube be on that word.
Great. There are other grape instances.
Or instances of what, debauchery, maybe?
Debauchery, I don't know. I think somebody, of course you have the contenders of Horus and Set, right? Where it was an attempted grape, right? not saying, but even in that, there's foreign influences, right? A gnat is there. What's a gnat doing there, right? So there's foreign influences coming into ancient, how can I say, in ancient Egypt. So I'll stop for a moment, but please, come on, Smash, man. I'm dealing with somebody. I'm assisting Garfield on questions that he asks. He asks you 2 questions. He asks everybody questions, and I answer his questions. And I have a large agreement with him because I know that there's a Greek Horus. Horus becomes Greek. The Greeks, as Ritner said, what did Ritner say? And I said the thing is where the source. What did Ritner say? Say it again, because you played it 3 times, so it's more in your memory.
Yeah, he was basically breaking down how Horus went back and cried to Isis when he desired them and they didn't want to be with him.
And then he called, what's the other rest of the stuff? The B words and the sows and all of that. Is that mine?
Yeah. Well, in the instance, he said like a bee for a dog, so like a female dog for a dog. He was trying to boss up like desire. It was a spell for him to make them desire him. But that's what his recourse was when someone didn't want to lay with him. And this was the Greek Heru. Y'all might hear a little wind hitting my mic because there's a storm out here and I got that window
open.
You
said it. You finally said it.
No, but we see that's the thing.
Said it.
But here's the thing.
Oh wow!
That's not that big of a point because the Greek Heru can't be found doing any of the egregious things we charge him with. So we just deal with the debauchery claim here, and in a sense, he was found crying to his mama when ladies didn't want to lay with him, and then
he's lusting.
Yeah, that's natural.
Wait, hold up, stop. Wait, so he's lusting, and he wants to create a spell. Oh, my internet is unstable.
But we hear you. We hear you.
So this is another value system when you bring in Greek gods and their lustfulness and their concepts into ancient Egypt world. So lust something that you could get an afterlife for? No, that's not in the 42. But this is Horus himself. This is the son of Asar, the judger. So the son of the judger in the afterlife is put in a precarious situation where he's going to have to give his son an afterlife. And his son lusted for not one woman. The dude was in a strip bar. He wanted 7.
Nah, you're doing too bad with the interpolation. Yeah, you're going too far with the interpolation.
Show me. Yeah, okay. Show me where. First of all, show me where they're brides.
The 7 maidens. So let's go in on it. Because we also know that this story doesn't, people know how we do the information. People know the story only comes to us from the Greek period, but as we do the stories about the 7 scorpions, we know that they was friends of Isis first, his mama. And so I don't want to go there like that, but in older history, we can find the 7 scorpions going all the way back to...
But wait 1 second. They're friends, yes. They're friends of Isis. So now Aset is the Greek. She's Greek too.
But any friend of your mama first ain't a little girl. Let's just get this pointed out. We establishing things. You feel me? He was kind of like a young boss. So eventually they became his wives as the 7 scores, or they call them the wives. So now debauchery almost is kind of throughout the question in ancient times anyway, because they're already your wives. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, there was no jumping the broom maid came later. But if we look into ancient Egyptian marriage traditions, it's all business contracts and not really like so much love based. So
where's the contract?
Yeah, we got a lot of the marriage contracts. We even got adoption papyri.
Where's the contract in this?
Oh, they're gods. You feel me? And so they probably, I'm just talking about,
for the first time,
but basically. In the real life marriage, they was like, a marriage was still appropriate.
You're correct.
So a marriage would probably appropriate the same things. And so by the time when they is his wives in the Greek story, Still, he laid with Top Bitchet, and we could analyze him laying with Seppatunis, and one of them stinging him, and that'll be your best claim to, well, why is she stinging me? You know, that's what you need to get on. So it's Top Bitchet, the one of the 7 scorpions that he attempted to lie with and got stung. But still, it was not a source of, I mean, no one used that for a source of debauchery. Nevertheless, it should be discussed in this conversation. What's up? I see you said you was about to add something, I saw.
Yeah. Plus, when we start to get into the Greek, we have to remember Heru becomes Hercules, and they go on to the 12 Hercules, and then they talk about the 12 Herus, and we only talk about generally the one Heru. We just recently talked about Elder Heru, and we haven't even gotten to Heru Behudet, Saber Reggie's favorite. We haven't gotten to Heru much. We haven't gotten to any of the other versions of Heru and different Herus and the other Herus that helped him on the boat when he's fighting Set. So what we're seeing is that the public doesn't really know the myth. And so when we bring out some of these points about the mythos, it's kind of shocking to them. And when we get into the Greek portion of the myth, it's really shocking to them, because when people say, oh, your religion is stagnant, not in the case of ancient Kemet, this is their lifestyle. So as life changes, the mythos would change to explain the happenings in nature, the happenings in wars, and the happenings around the people. And since the Greeks took over, all of a sudden, Heru is not so venerated. And these are the things that we see.
Yeah, he becomes Horus the child. He becomes the initiate figure for the Ptolemy period, as either Rittner said or the other scholar said. I think Rittner said it. So they what they do is they're not stealing. They control ancient Egypt. They control the scribes. They control the priests. And the priests are doing their bidding. And so the Greek leaders say, yo, add this, it sounds better. Trust me, it sounds better, right? For our people, right? So now we get to the point where a year later, there is a Greek Horus. There is a Greek Isis.
Yeah.
Right? And so Egypt changed in the late period because of syncretism.
Yep.
So we made a lot of progress, it seems. I still put it out for the people who following for some clarity. Where are the claims of the Greek Heru doing egregious things?
Okay, but see, so here's the thing. It's if you read it in the context of the laws of Ma'at, right? These things that are in your thought, there's Sia, there's Hu, there's Heka, there's Ma'at, right? When you read it in the context of those lustful thoughts and things like that, will not get you salvation.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you finish. I just something popped in my head. I'll let you finish.
Right. So Sia's divine thought.
No, you keep doing the interpolation when you mention lust. We have a direct term for lust. We even had a god of lust. And so when they desire, that means they use your heart. You know how they use the the ib to say your heart desires? That's honest desire. Not all the way. Lust is like greedy, overwhelmed desire. You know what I mean?
Nah, he did worse. He did worse.
Come on, tell us. Come on, Reggie.
He did worse. So in the story that my expert brother pulled up with the Greek, he wanted 7 broads. He wanted all 7 of them.
So you keep messing up. All right, I'll let you say that. All right, let him finish. Yeah, exactly. But let him finish. He said you making it grimy on purpose, bro.
And he said they want him. So
that wasn't even a lot of wives for back in the day. Just even for a normal man.
The potion on him. They all wanted it. They like.
Wait. So now you know what he does? He goes to the woman of all magic, the one who can resurrect a man, right, to have intercourse. And he goes to her, he cheats. He goes to his mother and he puts a spell. He puts a spell. He cheated. They didn't love him. Whatever happened after that, the brides and all of that, nah, he put the voodoo spell on them. They already said, nah, we ain't rocking with you.
You going far out there in order to make this point, boy.
You know what's funny in this story? It's also bad, but it's funny. He marries top bitch. And when he marries top bitch, he says that. He says, and she's hanging on to me like a bee.
Yeah.
Of a summer.
That's crazy because that was really her name too.
Yeah, and that's how it's almost like they brought that out on purpose. A lot of these stories are like that, where they're showing you this, that, and the other, how people are in life. So funny in that.
So I do want to show that if a Sar was the husband, right, of, let's see if I can share my screen. If a Sar was called the husband, not a suitor, but the husband of a Set, let's look at the word for wrong. Let's see. I don't know why that popped in. Stop sharing. Let's look at the word for husband. So I'm stop sharing my screen. I don't know. Man, these things always happen to me, man. I have
You know how you find that, you know how you be watching that old galactic battle when they be doing and they spinning in circles and stuff. Then one of them drop their weapon, then the other would kick it back to him like, bro. I'm about to kick you back.
I'm gonna finish you off anyway.
Because we established that the Greek Heru didn't even do nothing bad. You still got some time.
First, I understand, but I threw your weapon back a long time ago. I'm throwing your weapon back now, or at least let me just try to get it with your metaphor. I shot at the community a long time ago saying that there was a Greek Horus. I got denied, right? So I threw my axe, right? Now you got my axe in your hand. Now you're saying you're trying to throw the axe back at me, not to hurt me, but this is just practice.
No, I shoved it, landed on the ground, and I kicked it back to you. Like, pick that back up. You're gonna need this, boy.
You're right. I'm gonna need it. Now we're talking about victory. Now we're talking about, okay, so is the Greek Horus, or the Greek Horus, or the synchronized Horus, is he doing ma'at? Right? You're saying, well, he didn't do anything bad. And I'm saying, well, he cheated. He went to the mother of all spells, Isis, and he got a potion, right? In the story so if the women don't want me, I could go and get poison or potion or something.
Man, that's not foul. That's not foul, B. That's cool. I'll tell you right now, if they had that, a majority of people would rock with it. If it was true and said to work, all you gotta go do is talk to the great mother and it's good. You go to any club, anywhere, and you the man. Come on, man. That's not nothing could be made bad. Huh?
Yeah, he got to
No. You're going hard with that. You're going hard with the language again.
The ethers still get with you and they say, are you having trouble in your love life? And they work a love potion for you. And one of the they'll do it right now on Facebook. I'll pull it up. They be trying to do it now. And it's basically trying to help you through Ogungun, Oludumare, in this case, are set with your love life. And because she knows the potion and she got the special, she might have put that Hekanu oil on them that smells like acacia, and it's a wrap.
Yeah. I mean, really, she told him an incantation to say, and that's when he said, hanging on me like a bee for a dog.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even nothing. All he had to do was recite some stuff, and he was gonna be able to meet women after that. So where did he do something wrong? You got thousands of texts to go through, bro.
Okay. I'm having some difficulties. But maybe you can do it for me. Just pull up. Can you please pull up what a husband is?
Oh, the him in the dictionary?
In the meta-mention.
All right, I'm gonna share my
Pull it
screen.
up.
Yeah, I can do any of that if you need any of that. I'm gonna have to share my screen.
Thank you.
So I think it's gonna unshare yours. Now, this is another thing I was doing, but what are we looking for? And we'll talk about the terms
Husband.
Huh? Yeah, I know,
The term husband.
but in my let me my screen freezing because I had the dictionary open already. So we're just looking for HM, I mean, because there's various words to say husband, right? HM.
No, just look up. Just do a yeah. So
All
however
right.
you want to do it.
I just wanted to know which attestation you was trying to get to. The him.
Yeah, I think it's I just
I'll just put husband, HUSBAND, but I think it's gonna take us to the him. Let me see. No thanks. Y'all see my screen, right? So they got a few words, and I'll make it bigger for everyone to see. This is one a hey word for husband. I don't think that's what we're looking for. That's why.
Well, wait, no. It may be.
Okay.
It may actually be that. Does it have a penis?
Yes, it
determined?
has the phallus.
Okay, so if you're a husband,
You can't see my
you get-
screen?
I
Yeah, we
can't.
can see it. Blow it up a little bit though. It's far away.
We're just having a hell of a lot of problems.
For some reason, when on my screen, it's hecka big. It's
Hey,
the entire
now
screen.
you're good.
Oh,
Yep,
you
you're good
looking
now.
on YouTube, huh? Look on the
Yeah. Oh,
look on
yeah.
look in the Zoom.
Okay, so I see. Okay, so let me look on Zoom.
Hey.
And I talk from there because so okay, so with hey, right? Hey, and does it have the penis?
It has
Yeah.
phallus.
Okay, so does it have the dripping phallus?
It has the dripping phallus.
Look
Okay,
at hey,
so-
go down.
Wait. So if Horus, if Horus is if Asar is the husband of a Set, assuming that they did a marriage contract, even though they're magical, but they did a magical contract, right? Then you can assume after the contract, then to be a husband, he had to pull out the D. He copulated.
That's an assumption that I mean is not far out.
Ooh,
What?
hey,
What's up? What you say?
but you have the meta there. Husband is hey, right? So what's his thing?
That means
I'm
he
your
has.
husband.
That means he has permission to.
Oh, he has permission to copulate. Wait, we're talking about we're talking about kings.
No, we're just
right?
talking about husbands.
Yeah, but no, in Asar, he's the king, and that's his wife.
Okay. We're saying, well, we're talking about godly kings in that sense.
Right. So this is the ultimate thing. Him and her is going to be wait. No, because guess what? In the pyramid text that I read, she was, what's the word? I forgot the word. She was rejoicing for his love, right? She was thirsty for it to create a child. I don't know why we're Catholic when we do this, right? And we're Africans. And so she knows that she is never going to be able to copulate with him again. She has her sister and her create a spell so she could copulate and have an heir. And ultimately, in another story, he copulates not with just her, he copulates with Nebhet. Also,
But no, but what story do he what story does he copulate with her? Because again, the copulation is stated with all of his predecessors, but when it gets down, we know that all the ancient Egyptian mythologies run together, right? And so when we talking about the story of the creation of the Enid or whatever, or the eight, when it come down to him and her, the next story come into place. Everybody else consecrated and they did their thing up until Heru and Isis, and then the next story come into play, which is the story of two stories come into play after that. The first story is what Set chopping up Asar. That's the next story in succession, right? So after go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
No.
What's you
no.
can tell me? What's
That's
after that one?
That's in the Greek
no.
period.
No, that don't just start. That don't only that got ancient ties.
Where's that story?
So you saying that there's no?
No, you're saying where's the
Talking about
story?
Ampu being father when they say that Nebet had transformed herself into Aset, looking like Aset basically, and Asar was drunk after some victories and she went and slept with him and all that other
let's
stuff.
clear it up. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have to pull up the
No, I want to know.
I'm about to clear it up.
Early
See,
morning for that.
we all know this, so let's clear it up for everybody. Yeah. Now let's just real quick. He get chopped up in every story, right?
No, show us the story.
No, I'm talking. No, I'm saying
he's chopped up in the coffin text when they talk about the moon. They talk about two instances of the moon. I did a video on it. Showed
so
the
hold
coffin
on.
text.
So he just said he copped up in the coffin text.
No, I want you to show it. Don't cheat.
No, I'm not about to cheat. We just doing what we're doing. Let me just lay out these details real quick.
Hold on, I'm going downstairs.
And we just gonna break it down.
Go downstairs, Asar, because you said in succession. What I'm saying
I can
is
tell
that,
you all the places the story at off the top while I'm rolling up,
right.
But I'm just trying to not move my hands. You know what I'm saying? So what we're doing is giving a detail for the people who can't recant it so good, right? And so first I'm saying, in which account of the conception of Heru do you have where Asar did not get chopped up? Because different things happen after that. But
no, I'm not doing that. I want you said successions of stories, and so we have the pyramid text. Is it in the pyramid text?
I'm gonna give it. Boy, I got them all off my head. Shout out to J Mill. They just in my head because we study like this. So what? So now first, when he's in a tree, and I should probably be showing myself. I need some water though, but y'all can see my screen. When his body gets found in a tree, is the Plutarch story you're referencing. All right. And they even have that origin of that.
Sorry,
one.
I'm trying to watch it on YouTube. Okay, so go ahead.
Oh, you can watch it in the Zoom. So the story that you're referencing where his body winds up growing into the tree, the Biblos story, that's the story found in Plutarch.
And so Plutarch is in the Greek period.
But there's actually a source to that story. That's one story.
On the chat, our Stallings 1000. Reggie ain't learning on the fly. If you think I'm learning on the fly, if you don't come in here, I don't have no power. Smash ain't gonna make me a moderator.
You've been a moderator, I thought. What are you talking about?
I ain't a moderator. But our Stallings, you don't get to do this. You don't get to say Reggie learning on the fly. He lack knowledge on the subject. Quiet is kept. Nah, you get yourself on the chat. If you don't get yourself on the chat, can a mod just silence him? Because we ain't doing that today. We not doing that.
I thought you been a mod. Hold on, let me see.
Nah, because our Stallings, you out of here. Because
he ain't got to be out of here, but maybe his comment could be out of here. I mean, he ain't doing nothing to say learning on the fly. That ain't nothing to take.
Nah. We not doing this because you know what? People be going at me, right?
Well, he a channel page contributor, so maybe he ain't look. He said, "Oh man," like he didn't mean to cause that much grief. You feel me? He didn't mean all that.
That's fine, but don't play yourself. And anyway, let's go back to it. So Smash, this brother Smash. Let's not do this. In the pyramid text, is he chopped up in the pyramid text?
So now I'm about to give you some other sources I'm gonna recall off my head. if we go to the tale of the story in the temple of Hathor, right?
What period?
What period is the temple built?
No, what period is the story?
That's what I'm saying. That's a good question. But the temple was built during the Greek period, as if that's what you want me to say.
Yeah.
But you can't say the story of the pyramid is a Greek story because we got different copies of it. But now you was like, give me your primary, so I was just in the middle of something. So now we got a copy of the story. And Terry, people can tell me if I'm wrong. And I got the pictures of it. My man provided me with them. We got a copy of the story in Hathor's temple in not Philae, but the other one. You know what Hathor, Dendera, right? Yes, there's a copy of that story in there. And I think in that copy is just like the one in the tomb of Seti the First, where she takes the version of a kite, right? And so, but this is the version where she's 3 kites. If you ever seen the one where she's 3 kites, that can be found in, I'm going off memory, but it's going to be all right. It's going to be found in the temple of Hathor and Dendera. So if you want to try to find it quick, just look up the temple of Hathor, Dendera, and then ask for that story, and we'll see it's there. And then now Asar, the rendition you put on the screen, and I'm going off memory. The rendition you put on the screen, I forgot which temple it's for, but just for everybody following this and even all of us, one of those same Robert Rittner videos I showed, he actually, because it's like a 2-hour-long video, at different points, he show us the primaries to this story too. And so I think the other one is called Death and Rights in Ancient Egypt. But just for the record, we have multiple accounts of that claim where, and they all wind up different. So you was right about the Plutarch one, but yeah, I cited a couple.
That's what I'm saying. So let me just, since you gave me my sword back, right? And me and you were not taking swords, right? We just jousting.
Oh yeah, you just dropped it on a good move. It was like, ooh.
Yeah.
The other thing is R.T. Rundle Clark puts these together and tells you the Egyptian sources. And then he gives more detail about the text. But most people don't have that book. Rob Bourne, you better still have that book. I gave it to you years ago. And that would be the one that would kind of touch on the actual locales of the text. He'll say, this is in Edfu. This is so-and-so in Edfu. This is in so-and-so in Abju. In Abydos, this is,
Yes, so I'm standing where I'm standing. You toss back the sword, right? You toss back the sword to me. The redemption, the sources, it's not in the pyramid text. So then Asar said that it is in the coffin text, and so now we see the change. But these are all stories, and so we can both say, sit down and have a drink.
Hold on though. You said the coffin text and the pyramid text, and you left out the option I provided, which was temple text.
Yeah,
See?
but the temple. I asked you, when was the temple built?
So, and then, and yeah, you did, and I gave you the answer that it was during the Greek period, but then we had a discrepancy because that don't mean the story come from the Greek period, because we could trace that one back to an earlier temple.
I don't disagree. Okay, so you got the sword back. Okay, but we don't know. We can now speculate.
No, we do know. What you mean we don't know the other temple where the story is in? So, all right, well, first, real quick, because Asar sold another source of the story. What was the temple that do you recall what the temple that you pulled that story out of, Asar? About her turning into a kite and then taking the seed? Was that,
that's in Seti's temple, Seti the First temple in Abydos.
Is J Mill, you in the chat? Because I know you sent me the pictures of various ones. If you in the chat, J Mill, help fill me in on them other 2 temples that I'm looking for. And I could pull up some of them photos right now. So basically, just for the sense of our research, we at least have established is in one ancient Egyptian temple, and it didn't come from Plutarch. But we can. What I want to show you today is Osiris in a tree, literally in Kemet, in a temple. So that gives some relevancy to the story that we're saying Plutarch was Greek, but he actually seen that story somewhere. But I'm gonna let somebody else have the floor while I look
I
that
wanted
up.
to get. Can I have my sword back?
You got the floor.
Okay. So now, when we deal with these things, husbands and brides, and contracts, and gods and humans, we know that he, ha, right? Ha, he, right? Means is husband, and it has a phallic symbol to calculate.
I found 7 maidens.
So
That was an accident.
is a set's husband. We can play illicit, explicit, but by him being a husband, he has the right to copulate. Now, the chances that they married and didn't have a wedding night, we can say that maybe there's something happened and they didn't, right? We can do some Greek, Roman, medieval, Western commentary. But to be a husband, he copulated, right? So he copulated with her. So we have that first instance of a husband. So now we go to this whole thing. I don't really know why we're talking about them being cut up, because most people, Asar and you and me, we can trace these occurrences, but I said in the pyramid text, I don't see it. In the coffin text, Asar, Saber Asar, always pulling a well-read, right, gem that we have.
Now,
Can pull out these texts, and Asar is a hemnetcher. Asar is a hemnetcher tepi. Why? Because he reads the text, he has a catalog text, and he doesn't stutter, right? And he does it with the primaries. The other hemnetcher tepi does it with Plutarch, right? And he can't trace the things, but he could play little games. Now I'm talking to Smash. Smash. Asar is the husband of a set. Husband is ha, means to copulate. In the pyramid text, where y'all played with me for a whole year, we find, in fact, that there was copulation, and the word neck is there. So copulation is a human aspect, even if you make it magical. If you want to play with me with the magical stories are derived from human experiences deified. But we can play with the stories. And if we continue to play with stories and making the stories real, then we are schizophrenic.
We have to keep them in the context of how they was given to the people and how they was used by the people. When we see the real stories, we look at them from the aspect, and we look at the mythology from mythology. And still we're dealing with the mythology, and some claims were said that, oh, that was a Plutarch claim. So let's refer to the scholars. Again, I mean, you know, how do I just do this? How I know this is right here in this video?
Iris is tired and wants to stop. Isis is told secretly the sun god's magical name, whereupon she heals Ra.
So the stories run together. In order to put Osiris back together, the other story comes in, the secret name of Ra. Because she couldn't put Osiris back together without knowing the secret name of Ra. So she fools Ra. There's various stories to it, but in this one, she fools Ra. Ra got stung by one of her scorpion homegirls. Or she transformed into the scorpion.
No. She took his spittle.
Yeah, she took his spittle
from his mouth, and
she made a scorpion from it?
She made a serpent.
A serpent.
He steps on the serpent. Once he steps on the serpent, he's screaming. And she's saying, well, tell me your secret name and I can help you. He says everything but that name. And she says, well, you're going to die like that. And he says the secret name to Aset. This is when Aset gets the knowledge of everything. Once she gets the knowledge of everything, she comes back down to the temple, sets up. This is why you go pick up my book. Go pick up the comic book, because I'm about to go through all of this.
Exactly. Yeah, and so she had to basically get the secret name of Ra in order to put Asar back together. So if we don't look at the mythologies together, as he's about to explain here, when we refer to the the PhDs, let's see which stance he corroborates. He's even going to speak and show sources of the claims that we thought was Plutarch in Kemet. So watch this, y'all.
Tells us how Isis acquired her power. She knew that the sun god Ra would go forth through his creation every day, and he'd become old, and he dribbled and drooled because he was old. And she carefully waited till he had passed by part of a garden. She took some of his spittle, she molded it with clay that he had also made. She made it into a snake. She put it in the garden where he would walk the next day, and it bit him. And since it was made from his own divine power, his own fluids, it came alive and was powerful and could attack him. Whereupon he became extraordinarily ill, called out for someone to help him. Isis miraculously appears on the story and says, "I'll be happy to help. But first of all, you have to tell me your secret magical name so that I can cure you." Well, he tells her all sorts of names to get out of telling her his absolutely true name. And of course, he's never healed. And finally, he says, I don't know what this is. I've never seen it. I didn't make it. But of course, it's as powerful as he is because it's made from his own substance. And eventually, after he's agonized for long enough, and the papyrus is tired and wants to stop, Isis is told secretly the sun god's magical name, whereupon she heals Ra. And with that power that she's acquired now from the sun god, she can use that to heal Osiris by gathering together his many pieces.
Well, let's stop before we go in.
Here.
See, that was the end of one story or a papyri that we got and it's broken off. But we got to know that they stories run together. So she was getting the secret name from Ra in order to put Wasir back together. Now,
pull up the primary.
He got him up right here, but I could pull him up. But let's finish listening. So let's finish listening to the discourse.
Here is an image from the Temple of Dendera,
so
which shows Osiris.
Again, we want the primaries. This is an image from the Temple of Dendera. All we got to do is watch the video. Come on, let's watch. They got it all. This is scholarly level. Let's go.
It's an image from the Temple of Dendera, which shows Osiris as the deceased form Sokar, the god of absolute inertness, in his coffin, which is within the tree of Byblos. So that is not a notion that is only known to Greek philosophers. It's actually something you can find in a temple.
Damn, right. That's what I'm just asking to find. You might get hired for CBS if you can find direct quotes in this fast that refute people that quick. Nobody doing it. It's only happening on this channel. I'm refuting what you said about the Byblos tree and Plutarch. You remember, we got to keep on track.
You're not asking me, you're not refuting me, Smash.
Well, that might have been too strong of a word, but whatever.
I simply just asked you for the train, for the train of the events, right? Right? Just to make sure for our audience that we understand what's going on. All he just basically said is that, yes, you really can't say that it did not occur because this reference would apply to a earlier text, but still all of this is magical. So all of this is still magical, right?
Yes.
So again, if it's all magical, it's just magical.
I feel you. We could talk about that, but at this point, I simply was showing you where it was in the temples. And he addressed you directly. I didn't, because you said this was all Greek, and he spoke directly towards that.
Yeah, you said that, Brother Reggie.
So let's hear what he said about the claim that was all Greek.
Wait, what? Wait, stop before you do that. What did I say that it was all Greek? I said the Plutarch story is Greek. It doesn't mean that there aren't elements, right?
No.
Of ancient Egyptian.
Let's break it down. The Plutarch story is where Osiris' body winds up in a tree.
Pan-African, you Pan-African.
No, you're trying to turn up. Don't take the hostility escape, Reggie. We family here. We family here.
Brother Reggie.
Hey, Pan-African designs. Wait, here's the thing is, check this out. Take a seat. Don't be a commentator.
Like Reggie,
You know, I'm so cerebral,
to
Reggie, bruh. Let me say something. In discourse, we can't use the hostility escape too much.
No, I'm just saying. You see, when someone goes against my position, right?
Right? You're wrong. The reason why he's playing this is because of what you said, Brother Reggie.
What did I say? What did I say? Stop.
You said that it came from the Greek era. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
You said Plutarch was Greek. It comes from Plutarch, and you was trying to say it was Greek.
No, that's not what I said. Okay, I have a right to say.
Well, you're right. You said you demanded the source, and this is right here showing you. He's told us it was in Dendera, but I said that too. I just called it the Temple of Hathor. What I said was that off my memory that it came from a temple. Then you asked me, is that temple still Greek? But let's let him keep going because he's gonna keep on showing that it go further.
Yeah. So let me just clarify this. The stories change. These are stories. The stories change. None of this stuff is definitive. What is definitive is that Asor is a ha. He's a husband. He's a copulator. He copulated, right? That is the root of the story. All of this other stuff is to me not relevant. And if it's relevant, it's only to the point of relevancy that the Greeks get the story because they conquered Egypt and they can manipulate it. That to me, that is the point. So Brother Reg is not getting in his work. Brother Reg is holding his position that there's a Greek Horus, meaning Horus that was originally ancient Egypt. The Greeks have their hands on Horus. And so now they're telling their part of the magical story, but it's not all indigenous. It has aspects, but it changes. So Brother Reg ain't getting his work, but so I agree. Listen, watch this. I agree that there are references, but it's Plutarch in the eyes of the eyes of Osiris or something that puts the whole story together. Now, he doesn't not necessarily draw from aspects of the Egyptian story, but we know that up until the time of Plutarch, it's not all necessarily put together, right? And it's magical. So go ahead.
Well, let's listen to what the scholar says.
Osiris as the deceased form Sokar, the god of absolute inertness, in his coffin, which is within the tree of Byblos. So that is not a notion that is only known to Greek philosophers. It's actually something you can find in a temple setting within Egypt itself. While Osiris was still alive, he had relations with another sister, the goddess Nephthys. Nephthys was the official wife of Seth, but they didn't get along for various reasons, perhaps this being one of them. Because Anubis is the child who was born as a result
That's another checkmate. Let's stop. While he was alive, he bore Set or Sutek with Nephthys. He did not bear Horus while he was alive. And so we are imagining instances of compilations that are not stated in the primary text. In the primary, if we want to assume that copulation must have occurred, it happened with him and Neith, who bore a child, Set. But then he died, as the scholar will continue. Look.
Wait 1 second before you go. Stop.
And I should warn you now, this talk.
Wait 1 second before you go. There's a flag on the field. Flag on the field is he mentioned Byblos.
You don't remember the context he mentioned Byblos in?
No, I know the context. I know the context. And so an indigenous African is going to find himself in Byblos, and in part of the story, Set is going to find herself out of Africa.
You want to know what happened? they put his body in the Nile, and it floated out the Nile, which proves the northward flow of the Nile, and his body wound up in Byblos, and it grew into a Byblos tree.
Mm-hmm. So wait, hold up. Okay, no, I don't
It
say.
floats, no. It floats up to Bucharest after they put it in the coffin. Aset, as the story goes to that king. She and this is where you get the Palameus or whatever story. She goes over to the king, meets with the queen, offers to make her son divine. She allows them to cut the tree down. She takes the coffin with her. The queen's child she's not supposed to watch as she makes him divine because it looks like he's on fire. While she's burning the iniquities from him, making him a divine being, what they call a demigod later, the queen peers in, looks, screams, and the queen's other son comes in, looks. Aset gives him such a look, and he dies. When he dies, they don't allow the other child to become divine.
I ain't cutting you off. You got the floor. But ain't no death by archers. Reggie is a magi archer. Don't y'all see how eloquent and beautiful this discourse has been? It's one of the only places where we can host it and we be holding back on the hostilities because don't nobody really hate nobody in here. We all got love for each other. Even when Garfield come in, I got love for Garfield. So when I see some of y'all videos hating, I be losing some type of respect when you start doing this like Wendy Williams stuff and act like that's a way to get views in the conscious community. So just again, somebody was like, we said we was about to step into the dojo, but that's because we saw that when we get back into the field, we all be better archers. You know, we don't put on the metal tips. We not hunting right now. This them tips that hit you like we playing Magi Airsoft. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you get hit all up. And you know you would have been dead if it would have went down, but he ain't clicked the link. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing.
I agree. So my comment is, I agree. But the fact of the matter is, Asar first is a husband.
Correct.
So to be a husband, he copulates.
Yes.
In the story of the pyramid text, he will copulate. I got hell, right, about the virgin BS and all of that stuff. In this dojo right now, I think there's no wins over great scholars like Smash and Asar. There's no wins. But outside the dojo, when we walk outside the dojo, we sit there and we what do you call it? Say we play with our beards, right? And we look we look at the population. So these are still these are still stories. But let's just go back to the root of all of this. The root of it is, did in the pyramid text they copulate?
Absolutely.
Yes. Is he a husband?
Absolutely. I mean, people forget when you open the pyramid text, the first thing it says, at least the one that we got in the order that they canonized it in, is Asar opens my womb. He is my firstborn. This is Newt speaking. Geb comes right after. Asar is my bodily son, such and such and such. Then they go into both of them claiming him and who he is and what he's to inherit. Then they mention Aset and who is made for him. Copulation goes on further. So these are the very first 1 through 11 texts in your pyramid text. This will tell us who read and who hasn't.
You ain't gonna never get anything like this ever, this type of course, right? So at the end of the day, I just have to ask. Right? Let me play with my false fears. Why do we need to talk about anything else? Why are we talking? We know that there is Horus becomes a Greek agent to push Greek culture, right? So we know the stories change, and we know that they're just stories. You're not. No one's asking us
That
to believe.
narrative got to be put down in the conscious community.
So let's do this. I'm gonna.
That's why we talking, just to answer the question directly, because that narrative has been worded appropriately. Unless you still have time to pull out the attestations where Horus did something egregious.
Let's just pull up. Some
It doesn't matter. He's not. The Greeks are not doing ma'at.
Well, but prove it. That's what I'm saying. Show in the text where they took Horus and made him not be ma'at. The first claim was that he was a R, and that got refuted. And then we went into talking about the stories of Wasser because we went to the Virgin.
All the Greeks doing ma'at.
Well, that's kind of an ambiguous question. It's not really ambiguous, but it ain't loaded either, because the Greeks are various people at that time. You mean the Greeks who took Horus? Maybe some of them, everybody, even the Kemet people today ain't all doing ma'at. So but did they take what was called ma'at by taking the gods and attributing foul things to them? Like some of us is saying, I'm open to that line of thinking, but we always say S up or S up, shorts up or shut up. And we have to show where they have shown something.
Going to the stories of Hercules when they start talking about the Titans.
We will, but just for to bury this last thing so no one can ever say it no more, let's let him finish showing this story all over the place, because he ain't even showed you the primary yet. He's just showing you the facsimile. He gonna literally show you Heru in a tree in Kemet. But so let's just let this finish, and then this will be done. That the fact that the Greek Heru, unless we can pull up something where he does something egregious, and the floor is still open for that. But let's let this play. Yeah, we're gonna let you get in right after this, fam, if you don't mind. I got you. It's more other people who came in. Shout out to y'all for supporting the panel. Let's see if y'all can hear this.
Which is within the tree of Byblos. So that is not a notion that is only known to Greek philosophers. It's actually something you can find in a temple setting within Egypt itself. While Osiris was still alive, he had relations with another sister, the goddess Nephthys. Nephthys was the official wife of Seth, but they didn't get along for various reasons, perhaps this being one of them.
So hold on.
Because Anubis is the child.
Nephthys was the wife of Seth. So if I quoted that they bore Seth earlier, I messed up. Let's see how they about to say this.
No, they make Ampu. I said it earlier.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for correcting me, fam.
Child who was born as the result of Osiris and Nephthys. And I should warn you now, this talk is about to become very X-rated, because that's part of the material. So it was the task of Osiris's son by his other sister, Nephthys, to put the body parts back together again and to create the world's first mummy, and that's what you see here in a Theban tomb. Now, the individual looks like Anubis, and it is Anubis, but the actual embalmers who played a role in the funeral would wear these masks, so when they were performing the funeral, they were actually taking on the role of Anubis the god. They became Anubis for the time of that ceremony. And we can see how this is described in the papyrus Jumilak, which shows Anubis here putting together the body of Osiris with bandages.
That's
and
why
over
PhDs
here are the body.
We can see how this was formed in the papyrus. What? Because we be like, yeah, exactly. Because we act like it's just all, it ain't a comedic story. It's all over the place. And that's why I wanted this video to keep on. But let's look at this papyrus. Let's stop and look. The body parts is exactly laid all out right here.
It's so funny when you put.
Wait, he's got that?
I did a whole presentation on these. This when my Seshu brothers start wilding out a little bit. I did an old presentation on the old hymn that purifies you, talking about the different nature of your body. I turned around and said, let's simplify, because we're all over the place. We'll start at the Jumalek papyrus and just start with those body parts. It was like, no, this is her hair. And I said, we're going off the Jumalek papyrus, which shows the body of the Sar. We're going to do that first. We'll get to the other stuff later. And this is why these primaries are so important. Go ahead, Brother Smith.
No, I was asking a question.
Where did you get? What's your name again, family?
The peppers from?
Do me a favor, just for it being your first time on the panel, so the people could be introduced to you, if you don't mind. open. Yeah, there you go. How you doing,
Yo,
bro? Oh, you've been on here
peace.
before, huh?
Once. I
See, I wouldn't have known if you wouldn't have opened up your camera. You could close it back up. However you comfortable, it's on you.
No matter. Hey, where did you get a copy of the Papyrus Jamil?
You can get it from, what museum has it? Hold up,
Okay, I thought so. You got it from the Met. Because I went down, because you can't really find it. I went down to the Library of Congress. They don't have their copy. So I've been on a hunt for that joint.
Matter of fact, you need to get with Saber Reggie because he's always at the Met.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a library card.
Okay. Yeah, I've been looking for that joint. I was about to go to Philly because the University of Pennsylvania has a copy.
Now you can pull it up online and it'll have it in full. The other one that I had, which I showed, it was in Cairo, and I was in Cairo. So I was taking pictures of it while I was there, which makes me think the one in the Met might either be a reproduction of it or I don't know. Because I had copies directly from when I was in the Cairo.
I would love to photocopy or scan it for the public if someone gives me the information and if it's there. The librarians of the Met or actually my family, if anybody they know, I've been working with them.
All right, that would be Reggie because, well, I've been looking to have a copy. I was going to transliterate it myself, but because when I checked it out, I didn't know that Anubis first found the bodies, and then I didn't know that a Set found the body by Anubis making Asar's head speak. That's nobody ever talks about that when we talk about the stories.
Right. So okay, so we got another Medu Neter ninja in the building.
Who's speaking, by the way?
It's Cosmic.
Cosmic, we're gonna let you expound to the people the body parts that we see here on the text on the screen. You see the screen?
Your first test, my young brother.
You stepped into the dojo, so here you go. No, yeah.
I mean, ain't no test, brother. It's like,
no, it ain't a test. You in the dojo.
I'm rusty on the test.
He said test. It ain't no test. It ain't no test. This is an easy one.
Yeah.
And if you don't feel like getting on the mat, it's good. And you still welcome in the house. Yeah.
No, go
all
ahead.
I was gonna say something easy. Is your chance to show the people of the body parts. You only got 11 of them to look at. Right there, it might even be less. Which one of those is most representative of Asar or Waser, if you feel like it? If not, I'll expound, or somebody else can fill in. We'll ask Pan-African James or Now Valley Hebrew next. If you can see any of these right here.
The J column.
Yeah,
man, come on, Reggie. Why you a teacher? You just came out. What you know what I'm saying? You like this? How you do the move?
No, I'm on my phone. It's very small.
It's the Jed column.
Okay, so let's let Pan-African James do that real quick. So fill us into why some of these body parts, one of these body parts in particular, even let us know something about what's there.
Well, I think from what I don't read the language or anything like that, but they said that the Jed column was to represent the backbone of Asar, if I'm not correct.
Yeah.
So that's cool. Go ahead, Asar.
No, I was just adding to it. Go on, what's the jet? Well, you have the tepi. You have his head right above the jet column. Okay. You have the mit, the penis. That was the big issue. Right next to him under his chin. Right. You have his heart above. This is his ib at the very top above the horned viper with the ankh on it. You have the two eyes, the iri underneath it. Right. You have his fingers, which look like rows of whatever you would do, clothes, if you will, I don't know. Then you have his legs. Then you have the ma'ah. Mm-hmm. Somebody tell me what the ma'ah
is. They possibly are ribs, but I'm just guessing, but I got something I want to add. And keep going. Are those fingers 4 fingers, or what are those at the bottom?
Those are 4 fingers, yeah.
Okay, so one thing that we have to also put in, they didn't write ka, but they wrote out something as a body part to the upper top right. They put an Ankh and an F. Ankh. What does Ankh mean to anybody on the map?
Is that his soul? What is it, Joe?
Ankh F.
What is it, Joe?
Ankh is his life, right?
On his soul. That's why I'm mad. Let's see.
Yeah.
If we know.
And so, I mean, we all reading this. I don't know I don't got the answers to the book. Y'all can tell me.
That's basically like Peaceful Journey. That's basically what that is.
Possibly, but I'm saying I don't got the answers right here. I'm asking the masters, and we looking at it just on the fly. We pause the slide on the screen. That could not be the truth, but I'm simply reading a Ankh, and then I see a F. So this will be the only one said like a phrase to me, or it would translate back to his life when we look at the snake and this Ankh. But y'all think that's interpolation?
No, I think you're
because they always say that he's the soul of the Necharu. Remember, he's the soul of Ra. When you talk about the what is it? The 14 souls of Ra. He's always the soul. Jehudi is the Ib, his heart. So him having that soul right there, that would make sense. And it's read as Ankh F. We look up Ankh F, we know what we're gonna get.
Yeah, and so I'm just gonna let this play out. We got a lot of good people making this panel pop, so I appreciate y'all. I do want to hear more from my brother, my saber Reggie, and we about to. I just need to minimize the screen. So how do I start the video?
From somewhat earlier. That is our JED column, our column of stability. It has now been taken probably by the New Kingdom or even earlier, as the backbone of Osiris, or the tailbone, the bottom part of that backbone, which is known, of course, as the os sacrum, the sacred bone.
Allah.
I'm just going to stop on the crowd and give everybody an applause. That's the 178 people who watching what he say, but they willing to get...
What?
What's up?
And guess what, Smash? The audience of white folks, right? You don't see any of us, right? But we here now.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point. And I'm trying to give a shout out to the 178, 76 people plus the people on the panel, because really we sitting right next to them and we got our opinions too, but we just on the tube. So let's let them keep breaking it down.
Hey, so Smash. Here it is, the sacred bone as a part of Osiris, which is being put back together. And here is that JED column, which essentially, as a symbol of stability, the risen maypole, if you like, which was its original notion. It has been given arms holding the signs of life and the power of dominion, the was sign, and this then is a representation of the risen Osiris as a symbol of the raised tree/backbone.
Let's stop, because people always, and I heard you, Joe, we're going to get to you, but people always mess up the resurrection in ancient Egyptian and confuse it between Osiris and, or I would say Wasir and Heru. And that's something we need to point out too. You got to pick which was which, and you could say it's syncretism and they did the both. But here's one thing about that, and no one has ever cited this who wanted to refute the fact that Christianity comes from Kemet. Wasir never rose back into life. He never came back into earth, the earthly realm. He rose into the afterlife and then became Kinti Amintiu. So he went through some of the similar processes that we would go through to become a Wasir, and that a normal man would go through to become a Heru or a Heru king. And so that should be noted. I hope everyone can follow that.
Smash, stop right there. Stop. Sorry, you can go first, but stop right there. Go ahead.
There's also a correlation. People forget in the hair. Well, they don't forget. They don't even know, because you can see most of us haven't read the story. When he's talking to Heru as a spirit after he's come back, he's asking Heru what animal will he choose in battle against Set, and he proposes a lion. Because as you know, you usually ride out, they would tame the lions and let them go. Darius is noted for killing his pet lion, and so were some other kings. You see the Nubians with the lion claws on their cheeks. Anyway, you have that story in correlation. He says, will you go into battle with a lion? Heru says, no, I'll take a horse against Set. He says, what, a horse? And he says, I don't want the lion to take away from my victory. And before he goes to get Set in one of the final battles and drags him through Egypt, where Set calls out profanities. He calls out good stuff. And this is how we end up with some of the names of these locales, some of these city names. This is how it goes. And the Tsar is always watching like the Holy Ghost. Heru is always like your Yeshua, the saving grace. Keep going, fam.
You're going too far.
No, actually, let me hit you off and just throw him an alley-oop. You know who Heru the Savior is? And you know how to, I know you know how to say that in Metrometric, but I won't ask you. But there was actually a Horus who was actually literally called Heru the Savior.
He's the Savior, yeah.
In the magical, the Meronishi or something,
right,
magical text. But let me just get to this. So what you just, what Sarge said earlier before he went a little bit too far, this is not Christianity. It's not Christianity. This was not absorbed into Christianity or source or resurrection into the afterlife. The Christianity is that Jesus comes from the dead, he awakens. This is not Christianity. This wasn't stolen.
Well, you know what? No, it's kind of like when you go. Let's hear from Asar. Let's hear then from
go ahead,
Cosmic,
go ahead.
and then let's okay, Cosmic. You got something you want to add to that, and then now Valley and Joe. I remember you was trying to get in, Joe, but I had started the video.
Yeah. Well, number one, I'm not gonna go that route. We know that the story of Jesus is a hodgepodge of different things. And so as far as the birth thing, I don't really rock with
Cosmic. You said something.
The story of Jesus. The story of Jesus is a hodgepodge of different things. It's like they took different aspects of different stories. Like when you read, the first, I think it's Clement was the first father. He doesn't quote anything from any of the Gospels. All of his quotes come from Old Testament. So we can tell they are composing this story during that time, when, early Christianity. So the Jesus Christ story itself looks like a composition of different stories, like Homeric stories and comedic stories. Now, the comedic part that I really agree with is the Annunciation scene. I think when I was on Sinetta, the first time, I said that Annunciation scene comes straight from the Deir El Bahari, Hatshepsut scenes. Of course, Amun, they say that Ames had, intercourse with Amun, but that story in and of itself, the Annunciation of Jesus and the Annunciation, so to speak, of Hatshepsut goes hand in hand. So we can see that they're taking stories from different spaces. At the very least, they took that story almost word for word off the wall.
Well, I don't know about word for word, but I know y'all made very good points in y'all overall analysis of what we're talking about. And specifically, Reggie saying that this ain't Christianity and this ain't really how the story of resurrection occurs in Christianity. We would have to take note of that. But what I was trying to point out initially is if we look like a bookstore, what have you, you still got to go into the resurrection section to talk about what we talk about. And they might not have that section, but I'm just making an analogy. Now, if the first book, or if one of the first books, or if one of the first books in the resurrection section that's closely related to the next book and geographically related to the characters of those books have a theme of resurrection, then we could say it's kind of like a predecessor if they are geographically and socially related people like Egyptians and Jews. You know what I'm saying? And so it ain't the same resurrection, but again, it's in the resurrection section and they got predecessors they were associated with that was there. And the same about all of the themes that we see, and some people try to get really semantic and act like, well, in the sense of categorization, it ain't in the same category. If we talk about the virgin birth, we won't find nothing in that category, but the cognate would be divine birth, because in all senses of a virgin birth, the attributes are divine. And so we got plenty of tales of divine birth between a human and a God in Kemet. And so if we affix on one story, this one about Heru, we'd be leaving out all of the other attestations of all the kings who stated that they had a divine birth. And so I'll just turn the floor over.
Beautifully stated, Smash. That was excellent.
Real quick question, Smash or Reggie. In regards to that papyrus, would you guys say that viper with the ankh on top of it might be his voice or his tongue?
I would say it says directly ankh F, right? So it's an ankh is life. So we can't do that. What we can now, there may be a correlation, but explicitly it says his life, right? And so I could hear those things. If we could find it in another text, that would be beautifully, but this is why we do the work. This is something that maybe a PhD student or something else would go and search, but I'm not going to throw it out. I'm going to say everything else is explicit. Everything else tells you exactly what it is. So that is one thing that is symbolic that we may not know, but if we look up something with Ankh, we actually might find what it actually means. We just haven't looked it up right now at this moment.
And so the reason why we say his life is because the F is a masculine suffix, right? And so if they put an F, and we seen that represented in that snake that was under it, if I scroll back for the people to follow.
His,
right here. Yeah, I mean his or his. So that would be like his life. But one thing that you pointed out that was very good, Joe, and you're not far off track, is that the artist knows as well that there's another rendition of this snake that I don't want to say is the tongue, but it is associated with words coming out of the mouth, which is the J sound snake. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But it has a bent tail at the end. And so in theory, if he wanted to get closer to one that represented the tongue, he could have just used the other snake with the bent tail. Because in words like well, I don't want to go too far, but you know, it got more to do with speech, and it don't necessarily mean a tongue, but there's a rendition that looks like it with two little whips off of it that is actually supposed to be a tongue. So
yeah, but it also could be the final statement that he lives, right?
Confirmation that there's a soul portion, and believed in ancient times that there was a soul, basically, or he has a life, or he lived a life, he's going to the next life.
Well, could it just simply say from the reading of the glyphs, can it just say he lives?
Well, he's dead, so it would be he's going to live again, like a soul.
So what did you say? It's like true of voice, or like he's like, because it can mean good in my culture, like the viper or the snake can be a play on words to say good, like I am happy, or it's a good voice. And when they go into like the opening of the mouth ceremonies, when they place the ankh to specific kings' mouths, that's to give them like a true voice, or to say I'm opening up your mouth to say that it's a good voice. That's kind of how I'm trying to correlate.
Speaking.
What's that language? Is that what you asked?
My language in particular?
Reggie, what did you ask? No, that's not. That's Joe.
Oh, Joe.
So I want to interject a question from somebody in the audience, a member of the channel. Shout out to you, Gina. They said, was the Vedic religion of the Indus Valley started before Kemetic religion? Because there's a lot of similarities. What do anyone on the panel say to that?
What was your question?
No such thing. No such thing. No, neither was started before the other. Like religion,
it's a culmination of cultural behaviors. Yeah, and it's a codification of cultural and spiritual norms.
When you come without metaphysically answering it, when you start to talk about the correlations The only discussions we have of Vedic or Hindu is Taharka. There's stories that he may have traveled as far as that. And you also have Alexander, who obviously was carrying Shemsu or Egyptian culture with him. He went over there and died over there. Well, he I don't know if he died over there, but his last fight ended up with them because they put an end to him.
Thanks for that. Oh,
and I would say, sorry, I'm Kyle.
My bad.
During around 1500 BC, when you see the Aryan invasions come in, bringing a sort of a doctrine that culminated as they swept across the steep areas through the Levant. And then these are what we see as invaders in ancient Ramesh. These are the descendants of the invaders. And that's why you see a lot of foreign deities coming in, a lot of different aspects and a lot of different principles being expressed through the indigenous gods, but also having an extension to their gods. Go ahead, Sasha.
No, I just seen Reggie left that he had to make a move real quick. I wanted to let him do his thing real quick because it's been hard to get to the end of this video so we can get to the next segment if y'all don't mind.
I just so Smash before I go, because I have a terrible headache. I was up late last night, didn't really eat a good breakfast, and I think I have blood sugar problems. But so I'm gonna have to do. But while you play this, can I leave in peace without anybody hanging on me?
Oh yeah, no, that don't happen over here too much. Yeah, no, you're gonna be good. Right, only when people get the floor and they come out their face, but we don't do that.
No, because in the beginning, Smash, me and you, we stepped into the dojo and we was throwing some axes and some bows
we nailed out some good points though. I think
that's the warm up.
Yeah, we can move forward from those points.
I just want to make sure that I'm not murdered while I'm in absence. Okay?
Nah, that don't happen. That don't happen. Right. You're good. And hopefully you could be back if we still on. If not, it's all already 3 hours. We probably won't still be on, but we'll be on for another 30 minutes or so. Let's let it. Thanks for gracing the panel with your knowledge.
Brother Smash, if I may answer the brother Joe real quick, the reason why we wouldn't say that particular viper would mean that is because when we say true of voice, these two lower pieces, which say ma'ah, that would be how we start the term true of voice. We would say ma'akeru. So ma'akeru would represent that more than this horned viper would if we were to say true of voice. But that's just how we know the horned viper wouldn't be that particular portion. We would look for like an adzi or something for touching the mouth in the opener of the way ceremony. Go ahead, brother.
All right, so I'm gonna just let this roll real quick because there's more bombs along this line, and we could all refer to A Game of Thrones, The Death and the Resurrection of Osiris by Robert Rittner to get more on this. But let's hear, according to this tale not being, and like Reggie said, we ain't beating the dead dog, but we want to get the full information he laid out.
And here is that Jed column, which essentially, as a symbol of stability, the risen maypole, if you like, which was its original notion. It has been given arms holding the signs of life and the power of dominion, the wasp sign, and this then is a representation of the risen Osiris as a symbol of the raised tree /
Yo, what up, yo?
Compare this image with this image where we have Isis and Nephthys.
Nope.
Nobody can hear.
Who got along quite well, despite the fact that they
can hear
Smash.
I hear. All right, let's be quiet. Let's listen.
Here is Osiris between them. They are symbolized as the two goddesses of Upper and Lower Egypt. But this comparable pectoral from Tutankhamun shows all the same deities, but with slightly different symbolism. So here, Isis, the throne, and Nephthys, the lady of the house, over here, are flanking Osiris again, but instead of being a human Osiris, it is now the Jed column.
Real quick.
So the one.
So he basically saying when you see the Jed column, it could just still be Osiris, as we pointed out earlier, but let's keep going.
Equals the other. And in addition, we get a reference to how earlier embalming must have been and how the Egyptians viewed the process. Here is a symbol that you may know from the Tutankhamun exhibit. I'll show it to you, that particular piece, in just a moment. We have a sack here attached to a growing papyrus?
Just stop. We ain't got to read the metal netter to see that all them body parts are still, a lot of those body parts are still in here, right? You know what I'm saying? Like we see the arm, the head, the two eyes, whatever these represent, ribs, two legs. But I don't want us to have to spend too much time. This video been going too long. Anybody can watch it.
Before I go, I want to say that what he didn't do was go back to the Libyan mummy, right? So he's in Egypt, but we know that there's a Libyan mummy, a Tamhu mummy. So we know that, right? That it didn't start in Egypt. It started with those, how can I say, those stargazers in Smash Rockwell's video, The White Crown, right? Them Bantu boys, or the Sudanic boys, who are stargazers and in Western Sahara. So let me go and get this aspirin. Peace.
All right, peace. Hopefully you come. We can get you back on the panel. So right here it is. Well, let's see what he says. I think he's gonna start talking about agriculture, but I'm gonna let this end it.
It's the greenery. So these two colors, the black of the soil and the green of new growth, this is the essence of what Osiris is. Now, in the last month of the season of inundation, the first season of the year, temple ritual required that you actually make a little statuette of Osiris out of sand and clay and mud, and you inserted seeds within it. And these would then sprout.
He basically talking about the germinating Osiris. So just to bring this to a close on that point, what he's talking about is that there was something called the germinating Osiris, what they would let, like a chia pet, and you would build one, and they even built a few of those, but it's off the subject of what we was talking about, and I'm pretty sure y'all got stuff to add to the panel. Sabio, you was trying to say something? Or Asar, or whoever?
When you mention the chia pet, that's part of the Kaher Ka ritual, where they put the seed inside the body shaped like a sar.
And once they sprouted, it was an example of Osiris coming to life. And as you can clearly...
No, that was an accident. My bad. I couldn't get to the stop button in time. Keep going.
Oh, no, you good. And the plant grows over time. It's also with the Onion Festival. So, yeah, we see that. They found a bunch of them. And, yeah, it's agriculture. This is why when I tell it's the birds and the bees story, you should know.
All right. Tell me if y'all can hear them. Real quick. It's only 1 minute. It's only 1 minute. And hold your thought. Along with Asar was saying, can y'all hear this?
There is.
Y'all hear that?
Yeah.
All right, listen to this.
There is a wooden object which is the base of, I think it's the base of a so-called germinating Osiris. You may remember the one that Howard Carter found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, an image in the shape of the god of the underworld Osiris, filled with soil and planted with grain, which was watered, and then it germinated, a kind of symbolic a resurrection and rebirth. Yeah, there is.
So that's it. So basically, I just wanted to give a source about what we call the chia pet, so that people can understand it. Because you put the seeds inside of a chia pet, and then it grow out of the chia pet. Well, that was first actually ancient Egyptian to represent the regrowth potential of Osiris. You know what I'm saying? So anybody who want to get the floor, we got the open panel. Shout out to y'all. Let's do it.
What's cool about that as well is like, that's literally what Usur or Usuri technically means. It's to spring forth. It's pretty dope.
And I wanted to say, I'm gonna ask anybody on this panel, does that sound like anything we see in a Christian paradigm?
Hell no. Nah.
Oh, not that in particular, no. And no one's making the charge that everything was taken wholesale. I mean, like, they got everything, you know what I'm saying? But there are certain anomalies that we can point towards.
Give me one. I want to know this
stuff. You know it's regeneration.
Oh, well, let's start from the easiest. Let's start maybe that background, if you don't mind muting when you ain't talking, because the background music make it hard. So just let's start from the easiest ones, and then we can go to some of the more harder ones. One of the easiest ones for a person who don't believe about any, consistencies between ancient Egypt and Kemet would be the teachings of Amenemope and the book of Proverbs and Psalms. Are you familiar with that now, Valley?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. That ain't Christianity, though.
What you mean? Hold on. Why ain't that in the New Testament?
No, that's the Tanakh.
Huh?
That's the Tanakh. Proverbs is Tanakh, not New Testament.
What about Psalms? Because I said two books.
That's Old Testament.
Okay, so all of those is both Old Testament?
Yeah, not New Testament.
So they're not related to Christianity in any way?
Nope.
No, they're related to Judaism.
Hold on, let's stop. What is a proverb?
It's not related to.
No, I'm not. I took that. I got y'all.
Oh, proverb is a wise saying.
The next question.
A wise saying.
Pertaining to what?
Pertaining to whatever the subject matter be, wisdom.
Pertaining to really how to lead your life, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So are these not the proverbs that Christians follow or not? No, they don't. They throw that out.
Not at all. They don't follow none of those.
Huh? What you talking about?
I was raised as a Christian. I don't think a lot of Christians even read the Proverbs.
I was raised as a Christian. You read the whole Bible. You don't separate that.
Yeah, I know. That's what they supposed to do, Smash. Nowadays, they don't do that.
So what happened? Ray, real quick, when I brought in my experience with Christianity, you agreed. Let's see if now Valley agreed. When you a Christian, you don't do like a Hebrew, or you don't say I only do the New Testament or the Old. You take the whole Bible.
No. As a Christian, we start with the New and work backwards.
They start with the New Testament.
No, as a Christian, you start out with God so love. I mean, with the beginning. In the beginning, God
they
so
started the New Testament.
You start with Genesis.
Right. No,
those of you that are saying
what churches y'all been to in the black community?
You're not being honest.
I know.
Because every
y'all
Christian knows Adam and Eve, Noah.
I don't know what y'all doing.
All part of the story.
Yeah, that's the basic level. We get that.
I'm about to bust y'all with. Let me ask y'all. This is an easy question. Here go an easy question that's gonna bust everybody wig on the scholarly level.
Crazy.
Now I'm about to ask you something. Did any of the disciples in any of their work, did they reference scripture? Yes or no?
Yes.
Checkmate. Because the scripture they referenced wasn't the New Testament.
No, but the disciples weren't dealing with Christianity.
But they referenced scripture. So what were they referencing to teach Christianity?
They never taught Christianity. They never taught Christianity.
Whatever they taught that turned into Christianity, what were their historical spiritual reference points?
Judaism.
Yeah, the Old Testament.
Exactly. They called it scripture. So hold on, before we move along, let's nail this one down. Because we were saying Christians, because I pointed out Amenemope was direct correlations with Christianity and Egypt. But someone said because that's in the Old Testament, that don't got nothing to do with Christianity. Now that but if I finish detailing it for the people who lost, y'all got the complete floor. You know how we do. But I always like to do this because when we talk too fast past points, we can't even see how the conversation is going. You see what I'm saying? And so once we got to the point where we realized that, yes, Christianity does depend on the Old Testament, then the point becomes moot to say that the book of Amenemope don't got nothing to do with Christianity. And so go right ahead, Sabio.
So the reason why we said what we said, that most Christians start with the New Testament, is because, like we just said, they are taught the basics. God created the world, Adam and Eve, and that. But they start with the New Testament and Jesus, because this is what they're taught to read in these churches nowadays.
I can't disagree with that, but listen, real quick, because he said some important things, but we got to focus on what he's saying. And I got to be clear. When we say start, I think we have some nuance to the way we're using the word start. Because if you're saying Christianity starts with the New Testament, I can't refute that. It does. It ain't no Christianity before the New Testament. But if you're saying people who walk the earth who call themselves Christians would not consider Proverbs part of the things they refer to as being a wise Christian, I would say that's kind of inconsistent, because no preacher get in the pulpit and only preach from the New Testament.
I understand what you're saying totally. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that the way they teach you to read the Bible, have you seen those little pocket Bibles that only have the New Testament and don't have the Old Testament? This is what they're taught to read. They're only taught to read the New Testament. This is all I'm saying, bro. That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree with that, but
that's all I'm saying.
The books are separated, but they have access to both of them and they use both of them.
All I'm saying is they ignore the Old Testament. What they would do is they would go in there and they would try to find things to line up with the New Testament to make sure they line up, or they can use to confirm the New Testament.
Yeah, we got.
But they don't know the Old Testament. They have.
And this is a big green light.
Yeah, well, I don't think we got no disagreements, but just to stay on the point, is that irrelevant? Does that make the correlations between Amenemope and Proverbs irrelevant or not if you were a Christian? If you thought Proverbs, when you just picked up a Bible, say you did pick up the Old Testament, which is not off limits for a Christian. Say you reading the part of the Bible that got the Old Testament and you reading Proverbs. You see what I'm saying? Now, because this is what we're trying to discuss. He asked me to bring out something that was a direct correlation that's used in Christianity. And so y'all saying Proverbs ain't used in Christianity was crazy.
Hey, you know what that's like, Smash? That's like saying 21 Savage have a correlation with Dougie Fresh, because they both rappers. You know that they happen. You know what I'm saying?
It depends on what kind of, if you have, let's talk about, let me answer that and then somebody else get in. Gozy, I think you got a lot of background noise. Shout out to you. Thanks for coming in. If you can mute out until you got the floor, that'd be cool. And so what you said about it'll depend on how nuanced the conversation of music we was having, right? If we was talking about hip hop, then I have to say you was 100% right. But if we was just talking about music in general and music genres, one to say that Dougie Fresh was like 21 Savage. If you just saying more like 21 Savage than Lou Armstrong or a rock and roll player, then some would still agree with that. So it just depends on how detailed we would get. That analogy depends on how detailed the conversation gets.
But you got to remember, we're dealing with a continuity of art. We're dealing with art. Everybody, so you know,
Brother Smash, you are correct in that, like, without a really deep critical analysis of the traditions, Proverbs is included. However, I think a more accurate statement would be Proverbs, the development of Judaism has a lot to do with Egyptian thought and religion. Look at the book of Proverbs and the teachers of Amenemope. That is a more accurate, description. And I don't think anybody could come at you in any different way for that. So, but Christianity, the development of Christianity depends upon the history of the Jews, because Jesus is a Jew and it's coming out of the Jewish tradition. And many of the stories, many of the teachings that Jesus talks about is Jewish teachings and Jewish stories with the Jewish kind of ideology behind it.
Well, think about this. And I need some of those who was speaking against what I said to respond to the fact that we find the 10 Commandments coming out of the Old Testament. But the other things that we have about ways to live besides the Levitical laws that we don't apply to our Deuteronomy or whatever, is the Proverbs, which I pointed out what a proverb is a way to live your life wisely. So if you're following the 10 Commandments, which is Old Testament, and the Proverbs, what'll make you not a good Christian? And so it's others, Gozy, if you want to get in. I seen you came in and ain't got no words.
Yeah. No, I was reading a few of the comments, and I was looking at someone who said that, both cultures stole from the Near East, the Egyptians and the Hebrews. And we have to be very careful of the ears that listen to us, because you're giving credence to the Sumerians, because that's what the person said. And the Sumerians were not indigenously from that area. Before they were there, the Proto-Ubaid population was there. And the Proto-Ubaid population were related to the Harippians. And the Harippians had an earlier corridor and some layers of their customs from people in the early northern portion of Africa. Before the Sumerians got there, who spoke a language isolate, there were a phase of what they classify as Semitic speakers in a king list before the Akkadians even got there. Sumerians got their cousins from an earlier population. And if you follow that trail, that earlier population who was there, you can see them. That some people like to show depictions of the statues of women holding these babies that look like lizards. And what those is, but that's what the Alien, the Alien History Channel, they show the pictures of the old Sumerians, and they always show this picture of a statue.
I know exactly
like
what you're talking about.
That's not a lizard. That's actually something that's related to the Proto-Ubaids, and those are cowrie shells, the same cowrie shells that you found with the early Natufians and the early Levant in the Neolithic time, and the same cowrie shells that you found with the early Heffling groups in early North Africa. So the Sumerians was a population of people that drifted into those areas later, from earlier human populations that had ties with early North Africa a very long time ago. People don't explain that right. So when we say everything coming from the Near East had their cousins from earlier populations that drifted from the Southwest Asia, that had earlier cousins that came from North Africa, that had earlier cousins that came from people in the Green Sahara. So we're not gonna go there. So we have to be very careful when we hear like the Near East, everybody got stuff for the Near East. First of all, the Egyptian language phylum was not the same language phylum as the Sumerians. Sumerians spoke a language isolate. And of course they traded, but we have to look at it. It's something that's in between the Sumerian and the Egyptian that the Egyptians and the Sumerians got both customs from, and certain layers of their culture, because the Egyptians didn't get all of their customs from a people and population from that area. There's an intermediate population that they both borrowed from. And whatever that was, whatever that was, it was near that Iran.
You could even go as far as saying the paraculture, right, Gozi?
It might be Akkadian too, but I don't want to say how much borrowing, but we know they used that language as a lingua franca, so they knew the culture.
But it was something near Iran, because the Sumerians, if you look at them, a lot of their customs, like the ziggurats that they had and all that, you can find earlier similar structures from something that was near Iran. And then you can look at in the Narmer's palette in the second phase of the Nakata period, a population like on the Jebel Iraq knife. You see that man in between the two lions on that knife, and you see a people in that looks very similar to older statues that's in
West
Iraq,
Asia, Turkey, and all that. Yep.
But here's the trick though.
Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, but when Narmer unifies Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, right? Because we know in the Delta, if you control northern portion of Egypt, you got ties to Levant, and if you got ties to Levant, you got ties to Iraq, because there was a market right there.
The trading route.
The trading route. So the thing is that if you notice, when Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt, the artwork that looks very similar to Mesopotamia, it stopped. It stopped. It's like whatever came from the south destroyed whatever customs that came from, that was leaking from the Near East in the earlier phase of time. The artwork and everything just stopped after Narmer unified Upper and Lower Egypt. So of course they traded with each other, but the Sumerianites that likes to hear this, the people that want to be from the Near East, there's a lot of blacks that want to be from the Near East. They're trying to say that they the Sumerians gave it to them. You got to be very careful.
Because
you got to be real careful with that.
Saying the Sumerians gave it to them. White top pottery over in Iran as well. So you can see exactly who took what when and who was there early on.
That's interesting.
Based off the pottery finds.
We got a new member on the panel, Logic. Can you open your camera so we can see who Logic is? We never got to meet Logic. All right, you ain't got to keep it open. I just wanted to see who we dealing with. What's up with you? Yeah, you came on the panel before too, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. I just want to see who you was. You don't have to keep your, you can do your thing, but let's hear from you. What you think about what you heard?
Dr. Reggie, Brother Reggie, touched on a little bit earlier, man. I feel like, wow, like I feel like when I look at it, what really stands out and speaks to me is like how Ra is being used as a cultural expression, right? And like like how that changes over the time periods. And you kind of just touched on a little bit too, and goes, if I'm saying it right? So like once the kingdoms get united, you might see other writings that
real quick, because you said Ra, and I don't remember too much dialogue about Ra. Was you meaning to say Ra, or we was doing the most of our dialogue about Heru?
Heru.
Okay, yeah, go right ahead. I just want to make sure nobody got confused. Go ahead.
That's exactly what I missed, man. But yeah, how to actually use it as a cultural expression, it seems more like this is expressing the ideas of a smaller group of people rather than a larger group of people. Am I actually saying that wrong? Do I have a bad idea of how that idea is coming into the fold right there?
Maybe put that in some rephrase the question one time.
Okay, so like let's say how Ngozi is saying that once the two kingdoms were united, how you would see less artwork that would represent the Mediterranean, right? You would probably see, maybe you would see more or less writings that will be more friendly towards the Mediterranean, right? Like how, and you would see these characters, such as the God characters, represent that idea as well. Is that a better way to say it?
That would be more Iran he was talking about, though.
Yeah, I mean, just some logic to what you're saying about some of the infusion of foreign elements falling off after Egypt is more established. Is that what I'm getting? Am I saying?
I'm a little late because I was kind of holding on to something, but it was more pertaining to what Reggie was saying about, how you were saying that Heru was being used from the Greeks as like this is the Greek way to approach women, I guess. That was the gist of what I was getting out of that, right?
Well, okay. Well, some of the amalgamation of deities are I would say some of the appropriation that went on during the Greco-Roman period. They got names for it, but basically them using Heru. I mean, I don't know. We got names for it, syncretism and plenty of other things. What we was trying to nail out today, Reggie put forth a claim that they used him egregiously, and I just was trying to see where that source material was at. I don't know if my answer is fully answering your question, so I apologize. But from
I think I get what you're saying, but I think I'm trying to more so introduce an idea of what I'm saying. With these that they weren't necessarily looking at these God characters, possibly the same way we do. Like we're overemphasizing, who Heru is, and
possibly
Heru back then would have been a lot more flexible.
He possibly would have, especially throughout the ages.
The ideas of multiple different people, and some of those people maybe even having like conflicting ideas over certain things.
But the tradition don't change as much as the mythology, even over the ages. And we'll point that out with something anyone can Google called an Isis knot. Knot. And since we find Isis knots buried with the pharaohs since the first dynasty, yet in the time of the Greeks being in the cult of Isis, they would still make an Isis knot, which is a particular amulet called the Tet in Medu Neter. It looks like a tet, but it's an Isis knot. Well, they would still make Isis knots and be buried with these knots over 3,000 years of history. Now, here's the thing. That tradition, that cultural tradition was still intact, but the stories that accompanied that tradition, it had to change. The people who was putting the Isis knot in their nabank or coffin at about in 3000 BC, and the people who was putting it in there at 100 AD was following different traditions because the overlying mythologies would change, but some of the culture would still be like some of the same. And so that's how we see a lot of things happening with the syncretism with Christianity and the Jewish religion as well.
Hey, Smash.
Let me make sure I just heard him correctly.
What's up with it? Gozy? Real quick, let's let Gozy get it in, and then now Valley Hebrew.
We are aware that the idea of Jesus, if people believe in him historically or not, and it doesn't matter, he's mythical, whatever. But the timeline that this character exists in it's a Greco-Roman world. So a lot of the customs, not from the original Christianity, but from the later that came after the 1st century AD, a lot of the customs were very Greco-Roman, especially when when the Romans got their hand on Christianity, they kept a lot of Roman customs. And we know that the Roman customs was very animist, just like most animists at the time. They had a principle for sun, a principle for sky, a principle for whatever. But when you look at Jesus and you start studying the New Testament, it's very Greek-like. Like you hear terms like hypocrisy, hypocrite, things like that, which shows that a lot of the customs is from a Greco-Roman world. And then when you get into the Coptic form of Christianity, when the Egyptians start to get absorbed in the Greco-Roman version of Christianity, it had a Greek element to it in the beginning. But we know who the Greeks was influenced by much earlier. So I mean, I wonder if people looking at that, when you start studying the Nag Hammadi or the Gospels of Thomas, and you look at the terminology and certain usage, you even got certain things from the pyramid text that's in a Nag Hammadi that was inserted. Because when Christianity first formed, before the Romans got their hands on it and took it over, all these people was trying to find the best idea of this version of Christian. When Arius was there, he introduced his version, and they did it where? In Alexandria. They did it in Egypt. They was all trying to find the best version of this idea of this character called Jesus, until the Romans dominated over and had the best version. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Well, brother, what you're discussing is actually the Gnostic origins of Christianity, which I kind of think is what really is going on, because I think somebody, Pastor Benton, was like, prove to me a writer in the first century that was trying to say Jesus didn't exist. Paul, actually, when you go into Paul's writing, he's writing, some of his writings are against people that say Jesus didn't exist in the body, right? That's a particular group of Gnostics called Docetists, which say that Jesus came as a form of an avatar, because if he is the almighty God of the universe, how could the almighty God of the universe be contained in a little bitty body? He only appeared to come, right? And so Docetism was around at the beginnings of Christianity. And that even makes more sense when you look up this thing called the Gabriel Stele. The Gabriel Stele is it's a Jewish stele that was like found. It was found in 2013, and it dates back, however, to the BC era. And what it talks about, it's a discussion of Gabriel talking to somebody and telling them they're going to rise in 3 days, right? And so all that to me, and then we look at Philo and his use of logos, so on and so forth, and then even Simon Magus, right? Even the story of Simon Magus. In the Encyclopedia Britannica, they say Simon Magus's teacher was this guy called Dositheus, and Dositheus would have been the originator of Docetism. And if all of these things are simultaneously existing at the same time, so supposedly Christ, it's this question, because you have one group of people that are saying that Christ never came in the body. Even Paul has his own version of Christ coming to him in a dream. It's question, anyway, blah, blah, blah. It's talking about the Gnostic origins of Christianity. I need a whole presentation.
Yeah, I don't think they called it. It wasn't stealing back then. We just need to come to that conclusion. Like, people took stuff from everywhere and borrowed stuff and changed stuff. And now we having a question about whether it's stealing. What you say?
It's just like from the Sumerians. Sumerians stole their ideas from earlier populations, and those, or even Akkadians.
It's stealing, man.
I mean, well, I'm not gonna say steal, but what I'm saying is that because all those people had a trade and they were near one another, ideas will be exchanged. The Sumerians came in and took some ideas from the older population that was there. The Akkadians wasn't the only Semitic speakers that drifted over there and took it from the Sumerians. You had the Amorites was a cousin population to the Akkadians. And where did the first form of Semitic in the sense of linguistic come from? It came from Middle Levant. So we know the Akkadians wasn't there. And before that, if we follow a few linguists, Proto-Semitic came from something called the Harifians, who were related to the Natufians, who had an origin in Fayum, which is North Africa, if you want to base it off the language family. So what I'm saying is that there has been a cultural continuity between North Africa, the Levant, and far Near East for a very long time. So I wouldn't say it's stealing. People just borrow customs because they traded with one another. They swapped genes with one another. They gained ideas from one another. So I wouldn't say it's stealing either.
For their gods.
And they married into each other's clans, tribes, and nations.
Well, exactly. So they're borrowing. They're paying taxes so that you can build the tax system. In the Greeks' case, they're admitting it. We can do a primary, and I can pull up the Nash Papyrus, and we'd ask you why are the first version of the 10 Commandments on papyrus. written in Greek. And why is Philo helping? And Philo the Egyptian is helping the 70 or 72 Hebrews to read the Greek so that they can decipher the law for Ptolemy to make a book about the law. So when you start to get into the origins of where the things come from, you can see where it's at. You can see what's this. And the Septuagint will tell you that same story, except for they'll try to say Ptolemy, put them in date. Ptolemy was rude and this, that, the other. But in the Aristeas letters, it's different. He wasn't rude. He was being courteous, and he said this: I'm going to keep you guys in rooms so you don't congregate with each other. You'll be fed well, this, that, the other. Let's get this book of laws down for the Jews. And so that's how the book comes into being in Egypt. And so when you have Philo, who had to go around to each one of them, because all of them only spoke Greek at the time, the Egyptian is doing the translation of the Hebrew text. For who? Your Hebrews.
You know what, brothers, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, like syncretism is a natural function of just human dynamics. It can be considered like the evolution of human thought and philosophical concepts as human groups come together.
You took it a little
bit far. That's just what you have.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you took syncretism a bit far, because some people hold their traditions as precious, and some people. But then,
I agree. But even let's look at
even though
let's look at the diaspora. Let's look at the diaspora, right? African traditions found in the diaspora. What do you have? You have Africans coming into contact with different regions, different areas, even different aspects of Catholicism, and syncretizing their African traditional beliefs with the new practices.
All right, well, give us let's give us an example of how you're using the word syncretizing with like some source material. Like I'm gonna give one for you to let you know I ain't doing some I gotcha stuff. The Nubian kings of Belina, you can see Egyptian motifs as well as Christian motifs on their crown. So I'm not saying I disagree with you, but I'm saying sometimes we expand the range of what one thought allows us to say. Like that, you know what I'm saying? I think give me some direct evidence and expound on the misuse of syncretism by us, because I propose that some people hold, just real quick, that some people hold their spiritual or religion traditions dear and would not want them to be traded or swapped out for another. But go right ahead.
No, I'm not saying that doesn't happen. You have nationalism and ethnocentrism on all levels, right? But then when you just take a step back and look at what's happening in history, we see humans coming into contact with other groups of humans and exchanging ideas. That's what we're really talking about here. And with the Christian joint, the only reason why it's such a hard topic is because Rome used it as a means of control, right? Other than that, it would simply be just a syncretism. When we read the Greek magic papyrus in translation, so to speak, we see the use of Judaic, Greek, as well as Egyptian gods being used in these various spells interchangeably. Like they had no problem with it. Even when we look, and then as far as a modern use of syncretism, the Brazilian practice of Umbanda is a mixture of African practices along with Portuguese Portuguese esoteric, like theosophical practices. I mean, syncretism is just a natural function of human dynamics.
See, that's where that's the only place I interject. Syncretism is Greek in nature. The whole
if you want to, like y'all, okay, wait.
What? So the concept of it is.
Let me say this then.
Let's look it up.
Let me say this, and you put one word on it. Let me say this, and you put your one word on it that you would agree with. The exchange, and the mixture of concepts in order to come up with like a cultural tradition that is relevant for a period of time. Because as time moves on and other cultural groups come into contact with other groups, they take concepts from both groups and forge them and merge them together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And so I'm just, for ease, I'm calling that syncretism. If you have another name, go ahead and rock with that one.
Okay, I get the syncretism part of it. So what happens when someone starts to suppress the source information and start to use what they've taken as the dominant thought? Like what
What do you think about that?
Hold on,
And you have
real quick. That's a good
what
question.
you're saying is it's syncretism, but they also suppressed where they got their information from, didn't they?
So that ain't syncretism no more. That ain't
No,
syncretism no more. That got a different name. That's cultural appropriation. But let's deal with this, because we gotta not let the topics run past when people seem shocked when I say syncretism is Greek. It actually the word is, and it won't go no further. No one will give you a meta-nature term on syncretism. But I ain't saying that did not occur. I'm not refuting what he said about it being a natural phenomenon. It must have occurred before it was coined. But syncretismos supposedly means Cretan federation. But this is a spurious etymology from the native idea of Plutarch, 1st century. So saying that we can take other people's deities and call them our own, or take that is something that turned into what we know as Hellenism. And I don't want to anybody could talk about it. It was one of the things that was done when a certain area was taken over. Instead of crushing everything out, you just take it into your empire and then come up with a story to say how it was originally yours.
What Hellenism has something to do with the Hellenes.
Yeah,
you get
that's
what
the
I'm
people
saying?
we're talking about.
Yeah. Anything
that's what
before
we're talking
that
about. Hellas, Greek.
Hellenism. Yeah. Anything before that, and if you scroll up to the top of the page,
So I was saying
right
this
here.
developed, this type of early Greek syncretism developed into, just take their stuff and come up with a story to say how it's ours.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's coinage. But when you go up to the first one you had. Keep going up. Right there, syncretism. Right there. It's the practice of, go to that one, the first, right there. It's the practice of combining different beliefs in various schools of thought. Syncretism involves the merging or assimilation of several original, discrete traditions, especially in the theology and mythology of religion, thus asserting an underlying unity and allowing for an inclusive approach to other faiths. See, this idea was way before Rome, way before Greece. We was doing this thousands of years before all this came. But you could take the coinage, as you elaborated on. You could take the coinage and say, okay, the terminology itself is Greek, but that doesn't do away with the concept of it already.
You're 100% right.
That's all I'm saying.
We don't disagree. And just to give an example on y'all side of what y'all saying, ancient Egyptian in-house syncretism is the 18th dynasty merger between Amun and Ra. Right now, we talk about Amun Ra. You see what I'm saying? And
and I have a question too, brother Smash. So Asar, now if Asar, my understanding of Asar is that he's a fifth dynasty kind of emergence, and he would be to me a syncretism of Angeti and other concepts.
He's actually older, but that was the Egyptology view at the time, which is changing. But he's older than that.
So I haven't been able to pull out a primary that was older, but I know we don't know he must have been older because we find the symbols that represent him, and that don't mean Asar can't, but I just haven't found one that go back beyond the 5th dynasty. But that's just me. But he does exist before there because we got him represented in the Jed pillars standing next to the that same knot for Isis.
Well.
And so that's how we know he exists before the 5th dynasty.
Well, Angeti has Asar's symbols of the crook, the fell, and the Atef crown. So could there, because this is just theoretical, but could there have possibly existed an understanding of another deity or some other deity that played the role of Asar, and then Asar has some sort of syncretism?
That's what I was about to say.
I'm into you. We'll let not Uja. My man,
go ahead.
My man Asar, build on Kenti, I'm into you for him.
And Kenti Amenti is the foremost of the Westerners. Asar eventually usurps this title from Kenti Amentiyu, and he's called Kenti Amentiyu as one of his titles, which is actually a Nubian god. So this is one of the reasons why we believe that the culture, this is one of the reasons we believe it starts in the south and works its way to the north, as opposed to coming in from some outside influence coming inside, like Baal, when we talk about the worship of Asar and who Asar is.
Hey, can we get a spelling
Well,
on
coming
that?
from the south,
Hold
coming
up,
from the
Asar, can we
south
get
is
a
an
spelling
outside
on that
influence,
Kentia
Asar.
Mentio?
Yeah. I mean, you could Khenti.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, you
Amen.
said,
TU.
I'm not.
You know, AMENTIW.
yeah, I just want to make sure, because I need to make sure I look freshen up on that. That was interesting.
So everything he said was a buck. Now I had this on the screen so that we could really think about syncretism from the first from the internal aspect of it.
Smash. Start with the koi, which is kasut later.
Where that's at?
How
Show
do we
me.
get koi? Oh, it's up there, right by kasu.
So go on and break it down.
Yeah.
Can
So
you sing something?
you
Like,
got koi in ancient times.
30?
Somebody
And you
need to
got
mute if they don't
bodies.
mind. Somebody need to mute.
Oh, brother say. So you've got the term koi in ancient times. This term doesn't change. Apparently from the excavation, the people don't change. We first started speaking on this, I believe, in 2013 or something like that. They're starting to agree, right? The scholars are starting to agree. So when you say koi san or you say koi, you're talking about the koi being a part of this culture. And so here's an amalgamation we'll leave it at that, because I'm not going to go into their mythos with Kagan and the wife and how the wife's name is actually something Egyptian, which they tried to cover up, but we'll leave it at that. So you start with your first point of syncretism.
So look, I just want to point out to everybody that these numbers represent different nomes of Lower Egypt. All right. And now, like, if you see 3 Alexandria way over here, just so we could get some reference to how Alexander was like a port city or what have you, or what they say, Rosetta, all of the stuff. This is where they found the Rosetta Stone, way over here. But what I came to this so that we could actually see on the nome map how each of these nomes, they venerated a different deity. We got well detailed videos, and anyone could just look at what an ancient Egyptian standard represents. Whatever's on top of a standard is being venerated. And so if we look over here in some form or extent, and so if we look over here, number 1, number 2, it all switches up. No matter how close these tribes were, if we look on the map, they was not into quote unquote syncretism in that sense, meaning they had a catalog of deities and they all knew each other's. And so since it was one big system, it wasn't like these people didn't know who they was talking about over here. But particularly, again, if we look even go into Upper Egypt, when we see over here, and this is why now I just want to go. I want to go.
Smash. Can I speak on that?
Yeah, speak on that right while I'm looking up this other source, because I want to show y'all something.
So if we look at that, in isolation, sure, we can come up with that conclusion. But then if we also understand that, basics at the foundation of Egyptian culture is African culture, we can see the continuity or the continuation of the cultural concept of deities being over certain regions. Like we can find the same concept represented in Ashanti, Akan, and Ewe culture in Ghana, where you have certain deities that are over certain towns. However, it's all still part of the same, spiritual system. So that we gotta, if we look at it within its cultural context, then it can begin to add up a little bit more.
Yeah, but the conversation probably demands we look at syncretism in that context too. You see what I mean?
Can I ask something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this actually is more answering my question than anything. I'm not sure. I mean, this is really good. This is super interesting right here. So my question is more like, so in these different gnomes, would you see, the same characters such as Hyru being used in different ways?
No.
in these different nomes?
Yep.
No.
Not. I won't want to say absolutely no, but not as frequently, I would say. So let's look
Right.
at some of those instances now. And this is going to even more speak to everything we all just said. Even my brother said how it's tied to geography in some sense, and that will be one of the things that will cause other people to be less quick to synchronize or to go through a process of syncretism when their deity is tied to the land that they are, and the other deity ain't got nothing to do with it. So the reason why I came to these three, starting at Kim-Ur, which they have here as the black ox, but if I make it bigger, we can all see what I need us to see. They have it as the black ox, right? And they say it's the 10th nome of Egypt. It translates back to the Great Black, but that's not relevant to what we're talking about right now. Now, notice that these three people are these three tribes that live relatively close to each other, still had bulls in their sign of veneration, but they all venerated something different about the bull. And they would not even let that be syncretized, so to speak. Like, it's all still the bull, so syncretism is there, but you know what I mean? Where did they get this from? From the great bull, the overall bull of Kemet, which is a big thing anyway. So they're not taking nobody else's culture and making it into something different, but this is still relevant into the conversation to show how particular and detailed they would get about the nuances between their deities. As some of us could see, the nuances here is just the Kim glyph. Right here, we got some type of egg shape and a little calf. So right here, it say Ta-Neber. The people in Nome 12, if we go back to the map, was more interested in venerating the calf. Where I don't see, if one of y'all, here go 12. So they was more interested in venerating the calf than the people of Nome 11. You see what I mean? And the people of Nome 10 wasn't even tripping off the calf. They was tripping off the blackness of the bull. And so, it's syncretism all in that because they're using the same thing, but it's internal and it's the nuances that they point out between their deities all up and down is now has to be put into question as well.
Could
So,
I...
brother,
I think he was speaking more to Heru though.
Okay, so specifically, I think we only got one nome, but we can look right now. So when we talk, that's why when he said that, I took a side note and tried to find the source, because when I was looking and reading up on the contingents of Horus and Set stories, I noticed that Wiki has updated their information, and now they say what I say. They say someplace on here, somewhere, that these stories could be talking about the first two tribes of Kemet. But I was trying to pull that up. But let me show, speaking directly to what you said, we go right here to get the nomes of Upper Egypt, which is closer to, more in the south, closer to Nubia. Now, the first one is called Taseti. Now, let's keep in mind, for this Taseti, they get that from
Magi archers.
Arrows up. They get that from this
Arrows up.
bow right here. You see what I'm saying? They're not getting it from the god Set. But nevertheless, anyone can show you the first cult center of the god Set was Kom Ombo. So in order just to validate stuff with Google sometimes, I'm just going to put Set Kom Ombo. And Kom Ombo is Taseti. So this is, exactly, so people know. Oop, I didn't spell it right. Yeah, it's gone and build on self-righteousness before I pull the source up.
Set starts as a righteous Netcharu and even ends as a righteous Netcharu, because after Horus deals with him, his son Anpu and him meet up amongst the Boat of Ra. First, Anpu was kind of standoffish with him because of what he did, and then they get together. And when you read the text, remember, Set is the one who kills Apep because he's the strongest one to do it. And so Set ends up knocking off Apep nightly as the sun makes his travel in the mythos. And he's the one that slays Apep, killing the darkness, allowing for Heru to rise again, allowing for the Boat of Ra to do what it does. So Set wasn't always evil, but when he did take an evil stance, based off the wars of the people in ancient times,
Exactly.
like Manetho covers, we understand how he becomes demonized and how we start to attribute him to anybody that comes into ancient Kemet as a foreigner.
As around the 12th dynasty set became negative, and it has something to do with the Hyksos choosing him. And this is not my words, like my good brother just said. Manetho put that out. And so they said, okay, well, when they chose that deity, he turned bad. But if you go looking from the 2nd dynasty to about the 3rd or maybe just the 4th, we have a list of kings known as Set kings. See, everybody know about the Horus kings, but nobody talk about the Set kings, because this is what this is. You see this right here? I had not pulled out a source to prove it yet, but anyone could tell you that one of the initial cult centers of the deity Set was actually Ta-Seti. So in a sense, that's confusion. It'll confuse you because you might think about saying Ta-Seti, they're saying the land of Set, but they're really saying the land of the bow. But here it goes, because we talk about ancient Egyptian wordplay all the time, right? Now let's deal with this. Seti is not how you say a bow in ancient Egyptian. That is how you say to shoot. It's still close to our word shoot. It got the S and the T, apparently. But Seti is the action of using your bow. To literally say a bow, it is Paget. So the fact that they chose to call this place Ta-Seti, I start to see the wordplay in the bow is represented by shooting, but Seti, one of their chief deities when they were setting up, is still represented there as well. Now some could say, you went too far, but nevertheless, why is the 2nd nome the throne of Horus? And then we see Heru right here. Okay, so when I was going to show how Wiki now agrees that some say the contingents of Horus and Set is tales of the first 2 tribes of Egypt fighting, it's even seen here on the nome map. And so then when we talk about our stories of syncretism, that story will be evidence not towards the opposite, because they still venerate it in the same ways. They still put them on their standard culturally, but they just put different things up there. Nevertheless, it will show that it was beef over the Netchers, or the way that a tribe venerated themselves at one time.
I was gonna ask you that, Smash, like, and you can answer this too, Asarm, because I know you're familiar. There was a time when there was a rife between the Horus sect and a certain nome and the sect of Ra and the Osirian sect. They was like all beefing at one time with each other. Like when you see them coming in, when you see the different deities, they was all beefing, because you had, I think you had the sect of Ra there first, then you come the Osirian sect, then the Heru sect, and they was all at each other.
I think you said that 100% correct, and my man could also expound. I think they were called the Anutiu, or the people of the sun from Heliopolis, who had beef with the Thebians, right? And now the people of the sun supposedly was always there, or we could see how that happens. But I mean, no, these are real true terms that were used in the Medu Neter. And the Thebians is in the south more though. That now the people, the Heliopolis wasn't that much more north. But the people of the South was always tied throughout history. They say Thebes, 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 Thebes. If I go back to the known map so people could get some context of what they be saying, it's just the same way. I'm from my family from Mississippi. If we talking about some sweet potato pie, we talking about some morning breakfast, anything, the climax of the culture is when we got it from our people in the South. You know what I mean? And that is consistent to this day when they keep referencing Thebes throughout the history of Kemet. Because when we go to see just how far, look, Thebes is only 2 nomes above the nomes of scrutiny that we just was talking about. One that we know now as Behudet. So now they got a story about Horus turning into the Behudet, but they be telling you all this dang stuff in riddles, and you got to get to a level of a knowledge to finally figure it out. What does this say right here? The 2nd nome that they telling you over here is the throne of Horus. But then what does it say right here? If I go here, number 2, Edfu Behedet. Now all you got to do is go to the elementary level and type Heru, Behudet, and get all the stories that you won't even understand about Heru, Behudet if we don't get to this level of knowledge. They just gonna tell you, oh, it's the wingman on the boat. But we can just show them, look, man, the second nome of Egypt was called the throne of Horus, or Washet or Hor, and is now known as Behudet. You see what I mean? But that, I know it might have took us off a little bit, but still on point. Yeah, right on point. Thebes is right here, 2 nomes above the elementary, the elemental nomes that set up Kemet. And furthermore, I'll turn over the mic on this. Nome number 5, as everyone can follow here, it is Nebwet. Right? And so what I propose, since they say Egyptian Nubia went well, some say it went higher than this. But if I wanted to argue for Egyptian Nubia,
right there in Nakada.
Yep, Nakada right here. If I want to argue for where Egyptian
Nubia,
where which one you? Oh, well, no, you looking at the
damn YouTube.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So look, this is what I'm showing here, and no one can argue past this. Because they called it new. Everybody see an N, a B, a Y, and a T. In Egyptology speak, they just placing E's in there so that we can talk to each other, not so we can say how it was pronounced. So this would be Nubwet, right? But look at this one, NBWT. So this would be Nubwet. Whatever, even if we're using a fake system of pronunciation, we cannot argue how close these consonants is way too close for me to be coming up with some, like my argument can't be considered herky-dory. What I'm saying is this was the southern border of Egyptian Nubia and this was the northern borders. But scholars will go as far as to push it up to about the thinnest area. And I surrender the floor.
Yeah, Dr. Ben push it all the way up there, right there where you say I sweat right there at the top at the 12th nome. That's where Dr. Ben pushes it at.
And he ain't the only scholar. Yeah, he ain't the only scholar who does that.
The continuity stops right there at the Badarian culture. See? So
modern scholars who came after him that ain't even from his field of teaching, they pushed it all the way up to the Fayum. So Dr. Ben pushed it up here, but the previous guy, I just want to show people.
They went to the Fayum.
Yeah, they pushed it. I can show you the work. And I'm going to show you right now, the Fayum Oasis. Go ahead, Asar.
Before you go up that high, scroll down a little. See Crocoditopolis, said Shedet and all that. Go down a little more. You're going to see Empu. Empu is from the south.
Where's he at? I missed him. Hold on. He on the screen right now? I'm missing it. So use the numbers if you can to
right. It's right there. It's
what's
right there.
the number? 20. I'm not looking at the glyphs.
You talk about the Crocodilopolis.
Yeah, I read that one, but he said Anpu. I don't see no Anpu.
Go down a little further.
Which nome is it at?
Go down a little further. Right there, Akhmem, number 9.
All right, number 9. Thank you. Okay. Oh, Anpu. Yep, you're right. Okay,
you're gonna watch it climb up.
So let him go on and break down that Anpu. People don't even know who that is.
So Empu is from the south. Empu is one of your Nehesi gods as well. Empu, when you have this Akhmem, as you can see, you're basically looking at Nehesi stuff. So then you go from Empu to Asut. Salti, as our brother pointed out. This is Badari culture. Keep going up a little bit. When you see that crocodile, my brother, he thought Set didn't have any more children. But just so you know, brother, Set is also the father of Sobek. So if you don't know the mythos, you got to keep going through the mythos. Set is the father of Sobek with a different Necharu. Because remember, he gets mad at Nebuchadnezzar and she goes over to help Aset do her thing. So if you don't know the full mythos, this is some of the stuff that will help break it down, because these towns are pretty much listed as the mythos and some of the wars that would take place. This is why there's a difference from the other religions and Shemsu, whatever it is, Heru, Asar, ancient Egyptian religion. Their mythos matched their wars. Their mythos matched nature. You should know these mythos, and it will start to tell you how these things come into being. Go ahead, brethren.
That was very good. And so it's taking me back to a place where we was trying to look at the significance of the Aun inside of this word Awenu Shema. Now, what I first proposed that this had to do something with Nubians because it was a bow. I pulled out my source material, and we all know that this word Awenu to you actually mean Nubian bowmen. I can pull it right. We can do it right now. And so just so people can follow. Now, one thing it's pinpointed is that, first of all, we're talking about this location, Thebes. Remember that they keep saying, I'm in the Lord of Thebes. Find the Pharaoh that don't try to associate itself with Thebes. Then you found the sucker Pharaoh. Because if you wasn't down with Thebes, then even Alexander took trips down to Thebes so that he could get coronated as a real one. You know what I'm saying?
That was like going to Washington, D.C.
Exactly. And so, but again, and as we look at it, it's only 3 nomes above the border of the first cataract. So they had to go deep. But let's stay on this one. We want to look at this one pillar glyph that's going to show us a lot about this, right? Because if I type Alema IW, well, I might need to use a JW in. First, I'm going to put the JW in. What we're going to find out is this actually means Osiris, y'all. It's crazy. And so they're using the glyph. Well, so look, here it go right here.
Somebody got some background.
Yeah, somebody could mute the background noise out. We'd be good. So look at this. We got this Aun. You could call it June. You could call it John. That's my name, John. But that would be an improper pronunciation. So look, it's a pillar here in some senses, right? But right here, look, Aun. This is the pillar, Osiris and other gods, right?
Another form of the backbone.
Exactly. And so let's keep on going. Now we got wall breaker pillar. Now we get into the location, Heliopolis. And I don't even think that's the stunt. Let's make sure, because they got hell of those, right?
So let me say something for Jabari. Because Jabari, I know when he took it, I seen him on the video a minute ago. I think you had referenced this Iwun pillar to the phallus. This Iwun pillar is actually the backbone, it's the Jed column. It represents the backbone of the star, brother. Just so you know when you go out there, so you could break it down and go from there. Even though the Tekken, that sharp pointed thing at the top, that would be representative of the phallus, as you did point out. So excellent work, brethren. Keep going.
We got Jabari in the building. That'll be good. I hope he was watching. Shout out to Jabari if he out there, and shout out to
a little bit more on how two different priests can have a beef, and what that actually I thought they was all kind of under the same hood, under the one.
Two different priests can have a beef. You talking about now or ancient times?
In ancient times,
I don't got offhand. I can't. I don't got no. That. You got that?
Yeah.
All right. What's that?
Yeah,
what's that?
Remember what he means by that.
So when there were beef between priests, as one of them is well documented. Remember, when priests go into a certain priesthood, which is basically a job, there were certain classes of Sanu. These came from specific families. There were certain classes of embalmers, or your burial services. They came from a set group of families. In this way, they were like Hesirah, for instance, is your first dentist. He's a type of Sanu, he's a type of doctor. If one started to get clients from a certain location, that was considered taboo. And so there's a well-documented story. I want to bring, can't remember the book. Miriam Lichtheim, I know, has a version, but there's another book I would like to show instead because it's more in depth. This particular brother took his case to the court. This is in, I believe, an intermediate time, so there's no Nasu, there's no king around to stop what's going to happen. The particular,
you were sharing your screen?
No, I'm not even
Oh,
sharing. I'm
okay,
just
keep
telling
going.
you.
No, let's keep talking. I thought I done shared mine because I thought we
They
wasn't
want to
seeing
know.
your
I'll pull
content.
out later. What's up, Saber Reggie? So they go up on this brother. They step to him. They beat him up. They beat him up on the court steps. They beat some of his family up. And so, because like I believe this was an intermediate time, he didn't really get justice. Generally, during one of these occurrences, if there was a dispute, it would be brought forth in front of the judges. The judges would bring the netcher. The netcher, they would carry it on their shoulders. It would click his head back and forth, they said in the text, and it would look, and if you were guilty, if it stopped and it kept staring at you and didn't turn his head, you were considered guilty, et cetera, et cetera. So this is more how they dealt with those types of disputes, and in court they would do it.
Okay. So I got that.
Your mic ain't right though. You got the floor, but your mic sound weird.
What does it say? It sounds weird. Do I have to leave and come back maybe?
You might have to from the way it sounds because it's definitely inaudible for the listeners out there.
Right, because that was true in like the processions of Hyksos, when they used to tie the statues with the levees and the spirits would be inhabiting the statues. And people used to run up to the statues and ask for certain things. And depending on which way the statues move, left or back or forth. Man, I'm talking about these stories. And sorry, God, no, man, I used to be deep in these stories. Like we used to be talking about this. I think I was one of the only Israelites that brother ran into dealing with the ancient Kemetic.
That's right. We used to sit down all the time. That's my
All right, so Dill, let's stay on track with this.
Yeah, all the time.
Let's stay on track with this one teaching we analyzing though, because it's significant. It's very real quick. Who's that?
I'm sorry. You let me back in. I thought it was still me.
Oh yeah, you might just press me real quick because I know we building, but I want to keep on track with this pillar we talking about, so people can see things. And where we had decoursed or went off course was when we was trying to pinpoint Heliopolis to show how high up this pillar was, representing a location called Awunu, right? To them, Heliopolis to Greeks and later, but Awun representing the pillar or new, but we have to keep in mind these other uses of the terms, because when I come here, they gonna tell you, and I'm not the one telling you, they're going to tell you the people of that is Nubians. And they're going to tell you grammatically, and they're going to tell you straight in front of your face. So let's see. Now, look, we're looking at Awun, pronunciation isn't the issue here. Awun, Tet, or whatever. All you need to be noticing is that Awun is the suffix of each of these words, that Awin or whatever is the suffix, the root to each of the words that we're discussing, right? Now check it out. First of all, let's stop right here. Awun is the colored one. They say it's a sun god, but that's cool. I don't want to go that route. I just simply want them to show you that it actually means Nubians, because it's said in various ways who the people of all right, there we go. So right here, now anyone who's been following the grammar arguments we had at the final 6 months of last year can tell you what the TU means in depth. You see what I mean? They can tell you all about the T, what the T represents, what this J or the I represents, and what the W represents. All right. And so in a sense, the T is just is holding a gender space here. The I is making this word into a nisbah. So when we, and if we understand a nisbah is personalizing it or turning something into an individual, basically. So all of these, when they say Dendera, and these locations that this is representing, if you put a TU at the end of it, it means a person of that place. So, but let's look at what Ium TU means. It means archers. Then they say, but now what is in parentheses, we have to take it from how did they come to this conclusion? They basically saying that it's not in the translation. Nevertheless, archers and nomads from Nubia are the Sinai, right? Because they got attestations where they used Awinu And they could have been talking about people at the Sinai. And they got attestations where they use Awenu, which you see is only 3 pillars. Let's not lose track, where they could be talking about Nubians. So then we go back to the map to look at the location most primarily known as that, which was Thebes, but they call it Awenu Sama. But everybody will tell you that Osiris, when he's a pillar, this is representative of Thebes. So now how do we form a Nisbe to say the people of Awenu or even Awenu Sama? It would be Awen to you. Awen to you. And again, in the dictionary, they tell us in multiple places that Awen to you is Nubians, archers. And so lastly, I'll close this by saying, when I put forth that this was a quiver with the arrow hanging out the top of it, I was corrected by one of my archers, and that's why I like being out here like that. But nevertheless, I like to show that my stance is founded in things I've seen in my research, that all you need to take, now, so you could tell me, why would you take 3 pillars? I mean, we've discussed everything that lets you know how they came to this conclusion. But why would you take 3 pillars and write them and it would mean an archer? To me, again, it just means that this could be looked at as like a quiver. But I'll let somebody build on that to see what, if I just jumbled everything up or if y'all was following how this I wins kind of show that it was Nubians in Thebes.
It was done well.
Was that like a correlation, nonetheless?
The biggest
Basically,
correlation is between archers and the people we call Nubians. That ain't no real thing. That would be called Nehesi. They be called by the tribal name, Mijah.
Right.
So the best ones would be called, I mean, the most renowned for archery is the Mijah. But there were some people wasn't down with the Magi. And it was only once in my research I seen the name of these other archers. It start with an H. But the archers went in rank too. So Magi was known to be like the best. Then there was these other Nubian archers that started with an H. Then the Egyptian archers that they would dispatch to the Canaanites were not called Magi. They were these other people right here. You can find them in history. Pitati. I messed that up. You'll see it when I get done. But Pitati. All right, that's why I was messing it up. So Wiki will show you that Patati is not really nobody who ever got bragged about. Even you see Rahotep here, they try to misrepresent Rahotep because of the way he might look. He was just a leader of Emi-Ur. They telling you right here, Emi-Ur, M-R, that was the Emi-Ur of the Patati. I ain't taking nothing away from them, but just like I said, they only got sent to help out the Canaanites and stuff. They wouldn't send no Magi for them. And then if anyone ran up on Egypt and was doing as good as some of those southern archers, they would take them into the royal guard. As we learn about a people, and I'm just using Wiki to show people that I'm not just making up names. I could give you a lot better sources on this. But some of the other, not really Canaanites, but these would be no place close to Canaanites, actually. They'd be people coming from North Africa in western areas from Libya, but the Meshwesh live far beyond Libya. So don't let nobody tell you that West Africans Egyptians never dealt with people from West Africa. As we know it, some would place the Meshwesh as far as Morocco. And I could pull up maps. Wait, did a map pop up right when I said that? Y'all seen that? Where did it go? Yeah. Right when I said I could pull up maps, a map flashed out of nowhere. Where did it come from? Right here. So this map ain't doing what I needed it to do in that magical statement when I said I could pull up maps. If you actually look into the Meshwesh, most people put them in modern day Morocco. So not most people. I don't want to use these absolutes. There are some scholars who place Meshwesh as far as Meshwesh map as far as modern day Morocco. So I'm gonna just click images right here. Look, first map. You see how far Meshwesh is? I don't really have to If I'm gonna debate it, then I'm gonna go do hella homework.
Yeah, but you know what's so crazy is they were talking about that they were actually a Libyan tribe at first, or the tribe of
exactly.
the
You're 100%
Ribu,
right.
you know what I'm saying?
You're 100% right. But what I'm pointing out is, as we look at this map here, and I'm gonna just tell you, I just pulled up my first source, but I can tell you the source on this map. It's timahu.com, okay? Just in case people want it. Now, if you go to timahu.com and look at the map, and that website is sponsored by Libya itself.
Yes,
I mean,
it is. Hey, Smash.
Huh?
If you read that article on the Timahu, it talks about the Libyans being the C group Nubians.
There's some discussion of
that article deep.
There's some pangraves found in Libya that make people discuss that. But what I want to stick to this point, y'all see how far they got Meshwesh? Just so people won't be saying that I be making nothing up. Now we know how linguistics work. We say that the Tehenu and the Timahu might have been these people in the Libyan areas, but let's think about it. Rebu are some of the people who are our Libyans. Even though this map got them even further east, if we look at Rebu, you change the R to an L, you got Libu. If you go into Libya right now, they'll show you that Libya go back to Rebu. But all of these people who were west of Egypt were actually talked about. But then they even got Amenta being way far over to the west on timahu.com, and I might as well go there to show the source. .com. And again, this website is sponsored by the government of Egypt, if I'm not incorrect. I could be incorrect.
Yeah.
But
when you look on that website, Smash, they actually tell you that the Tehenu was an offshoot, like the Ribu, which was the Libu, you know, that R and the L is interchangeable. They was all one people at a certain time, and then offshoots came. You get what I'm saying? They broke apart, and that's what you
tribalism,
get the Tanahu. You get what I'm saying? You get all these. That article right there tell you. I read that article there.
Yeah, they got extensive, exhaustive information on the site, but I was only trying to get off of Pinterest and get to the source of where that map come from, so nobody won't be scrutinizing. Because a lot of the times I've got to the bottom of some of this stuff, and I'm just showing you in a quick way. If it's challenged, then I'll go and get into the work. But while somebody can have the floor while I'm pulling this up for us.
Brother Smash, would you say that you agree with what I'm not sure that Asar said that about the conflicting gnomes? And would they actually have beef and clientele beef like that?
I might have missed some of the things that he said, but I definitely, we know as one of my arguments that the contingents of Horus and Set was initially just talking, and you can even find this on the details about the argument on Wikipedia.
Yeah,
that the contingents
Egyptian archaeology.
I wasn't saying it to deny.
Yeah, thank you.
No, just so you can have a primary
with it. That's what I was almost hearing. But so look, if they would beef over clientele, to me, that's almost like saying that they put the clientele rules over the Mahat rules. Am I tripping?
Wait. No, I don't know if the statement is beef over the clientele. We actually don't even know what the beef was over, but I can definitely say they were beef. They would beef at certain times.
So my question,
I don't like to talk about.
But I think if you just think of humans as humans,
yeah,
and always have had social issues that have required some sort of regulation and some sort of moral standard by which they have to be regulated, then it can come into kind of I guess into view. But like, you can't have a mythological view of any group of people like there was no way they could do wrong. Like, people have been people since people have been people.
Exactly.
You'll find all sorts of things.
They had to be all super holy and stuff like that. I'm really more so focusing on the fact that he called them a dentist and the fact that he called the population clientele, right? Like, so I feel like if we're supposed to be talking about priests, and from what I understand, the priest is just the servant of the king, right? So I'm almost talking about a dentist who doesn't even, when he gets the money, does he give it to the king? Is he taxing the people? It's actually opening up a lot more questions for me, as in, what role is he actually playing as a dentist and a priest?
So I haven't real quick. I ain't came to this Timahu website in a while, and I'm looking right here, and it's all trying to sell tours now to Berberland. So happy to. So if anybody recall where this section is with all that old knowledge that they had,
it's go to you got to go straight to tamahu.com.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Like spell it like modern.
Yeah, that's what I did. I'm right here. Y'all don't see the screen?
Yeah, I see it.
This is them, but normally they had a section for history.
Off. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. All I see right here is archaeological tours.
And they had that map you displayed on there. Cause I
know they didn't take that off, dude. That's the bond. That's why this site was the bond.
Yeah, it was. That's why I learned about the Gramantes at and all. And
they spoke extensively about the Gramantes.
If you go back to that map, it probably has a link associated with, and it may take you back to the article that you was talking about. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yeah, thank you. And the thing is, I'm letting my search take us too far off track. The point we was making was about these people who got taken into the Royal Guard from quote unquote Northwest Africa, as far as the Meshwesh people. And particularly before then, we was talking about the Patati being sent into Canaan because there was a cool force of Egyptian archers, but they wasn't that much archers, and they would go to the south. Somebody who pull up that other, not right now, but we'll find one other contingency why they went to the south to get more archers. I forget why we was explaining that or how it was relevant to the initial conversation, but you know. It is what it is. Oh, because we was talking about these archers. That's why. Because we was talking about not Ipit Asud. Even though Ipit Asud is down here somewhere, right? Yep, look, here go Ipit Asud right here. So I wasn't wrong in calling that Ipit Asud as well. That's all Luxor, Karnak, Thebes. And so what did we find out then? We just took that exploration of the meaning of this pillar and this bow way far into all type of other information.
You're dealing with the three pillars, and as far as that in relation to the bows.
Baba Reggie, what's up?
Yeah, if you go back to the tamahu.com website and you go to the right and click the three dots, then you'll see their meaning.
Oh, that's what I did. I was just, all right, let me go, tamahu.com. Right.
Yeah, I got to peel the onions.
I had it messed up. The three dots. Okay.
Three dots to the right, and you go to
Timahu. Oh yeah, they got knowledge on this site.
That's it right there. That's it right there. Smash. Yep. That's it.
And so
shout out to brother Reggie, because I've been there.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, I know you've been there. I know how you do.
There, yeah.
And so
it's gonna tell you in that same.
I did that work. I did that work taking away the Tamu.
Hold on, right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there, Smash.
Wait. Give Reggie his flowers.
Today is another example of why
Reggie took away.
Hold on, somebody got to mute real quick. Somebody just came on and your mic ain't muted. If you don't mind, I don't want to have to go find it. I think it's right here.
We can hear your family in the background.
I got it. Yeah, I muted it for him. Go
Brother
ahead,
Reggie. Took back the Tamu for the Africans. Give Brother Reggie his flowers. The Tamu's back in Africa. It ain't the Europeans. Somebody said that. Somebody
That's right, Reggie.
Somebody
put a flower in the chat for Saber Reggie real quick. Put the sunflower.
Reggie some love in the chat, y'all. Come on, let's do it for Reggie one time. Put up the flowers in the chat. Give the brother his flowers.
Yeah, somebody took Tamu back from some pseudo scholarship piece.
That's right. And if you go down, Oric Bates is the archaeology who did that work, Smash, and concluded, dealing with the culture, dealing with pottery. He concluded that these Libyans were actually C group Nubians. And hence why I call myself Yahshua Libyan now. People know I go by that too. And
well, that's some good homework you brought forth. He concluded that because they were buried in pan graves. So I asked Reggie to look into the Libyan pan graves. I don't know if you looked into that, but your brother just put out the source. What was the source name?
Oric Bates.
Okay, Oric Bates, yeah.
This when I was sitting with my Nile Valley Hebrew brother, I was like, you need to go look at Paheka Amen so you can see
Put it in the chat for our young researchers. Put it in the chat for our young researchers so we can continue the mission to fix erroneous scholarship, right? We need to fix erroneous scholarship in our community. So put it in the link so our young scholars can beef up on the Talmud. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already put it in the chat, Reggie.
Yeah, you're a moderator already, Reggie. You can handle it.
But I already put it in the chat. I put it in the chat about twice, the link.
All right, thank you.
But we was coming here just to give people a source on the map that shows the Mesh West being as far west as, at least in their whatever they're presenting on this side. You can ask them where did they draw the map or how are they mapping it like that. Nevertheless, that's something to take up with Timahu.com, and like I said, Messenger, the author of the article. And so
hey, I got a question.
What's up with it?
Can I say something?
Yeah, he just said he got a question right before you said that.
Go ahead. Black Power, this Rex, man, from Oakland.
What's up with
Black
it?
Rider. Hey, I wanted to know, is there a connection between like the Tamahu Libyan and the Carthaginians?
I would say so.
Well,
I would say so.
I want to say two things. Do we know of a Carthaginian oracle to Neither Amen, something like that? Y'all remember that?
We know Darius, and we know Hannibal, and we know Erie, who helped Darius create the Sanu. And if you go up further on this map, you'll see the term Sanu, which means doctor, closer to Persia.
Oh, so you going to the east? I think did you say Carthage?
On this map right here? Matter of fact, Carthage is the island between Greece and Egypt. But as you get there, you'll see. I think it's to the right a little bit.
So I thought the place that they was attacking was somewhere close to modern day Tripoli.
Hey, brother Smash, can I say something right quick?
What's up with you?
So the Carthaginians were Phoenicians that came from Didobel, and the population as close to the Phoenicians as people in Lebanon. But them Garamantes or the Tamahu, the closest population that's related to them is the Tarigs and the Tibu people that still live in southern Libya, and the Toriks that still live in northern northern Nigeria, all the way through Libya. Those populations, which is mainly Amazic, but all.
So would you say
But
that
I think he's talking about a haplo, like DNA relations.
No, I'm not just basing it off DNA relations. I'm not just basing it off DNA relations. I'm just
culture common out. Okay.
But you're talking about a later group. You're not talking about.
I'm for sure talking about later.
I don't think what he said.
I'm trying to trace the roots.
Right, I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you. So Didobel, when the Phoenicians came in, before they set up Carthage and mixed with those Amazic people in Tunisia, they came in around 600 BC or 700 BC.
They were already a mixed people, though, and Gozi. The Phoenicians weren't one ethnic group of people. It was a conglomerate of different nations that came together to form the Phoenicians.
The story.
So we got to be careful. We got to be careful when we say the Phoenicians.
Because somebody said something that had me tripping out. Now I'm looking at all that map.
I don't want to promote feel-good information. They were mixed. You're correct, but they were
okay.
All right, so look, yeah, Carthage
and goes to keep going out.
Carthage is in Tunisia, I thought, but there is now. Somebody said an island that might be right Greece because there's a lake, but no, that's on the continent of Africa.
Smash.
Yeah, I heard what you said. Hold on, real quick. You going in and out, Gozi. We just trying to bang something out real quick. What little island you said?
There's a little island in between. They also ran that too.
Okay,
so when you start to read those reports.
Hey, Smash, could you hear me now?
Yeah, you coming in and out. We just in the middle of trying to bang something out. Go right ahead.
That island.
So what I'm saying is the Phoenicians
Hold
came
on real quick, Gozi. We was in the middle, just in the middle, banging something out. You got the floor right after that. Y'all see this map to the right?
Yep.
I just was maybe they did, as you stated, they controlled this island right here.
But well, as far as war and stuff was concerned, to attack Carthage, you gotta hit the continent of Africa, in Tunisia area. As I thought that's what that was. But go right ahead, Gozy, my bad.
Now,
all right, so when you talk about
what I was saying was that the Phoenicians came in 600 BC with Ditto before Hannibal was born. And they mixed with the people in Tunisia and established Carthage. And the location that Ditto came from was near Lebanon. That's all I'm saying. And what I'm saying is that the Garamantes, or the Tamahu that you brought up earlier, who became the Garamantes later.
You keep going now.
Damn,
so you
had
see
a
those
bro.
islands right there. Those two islands are when you get into Hannibal's story, how he made the reefs. The Romans were on the island, they say, and he made those reefs and floated those elephants over on them. And when he got to the shore of Italy, where it is now, he said he didn't even have to go to war with them. They were in such awe that he floated those elephants over there that they were prostrate.
You're right.
And as a war tactic, right? When you see the culture and the war tactics, right? It's the same type of story. I don't know if it was Amerinus or whoever in Nubia, but it was the same type of shit with the Romans. So it's
Hold on, though.
Yeah.
Because I don't remember his attack route, but we know he rode over the mountains. And then we got to remember Eastern Rome and Western Rome at that time. At his time,
Rome wasn't formed just yet.
Oh, okay. So who was he fighting?
Starts to form as they're fighting. Remember him going over there.
Hold on. Rome wasn't formed when Hannibal. Who did he fight then?
Remember, Rome is forming because of him. Because Darius sent him over there to collect their taxes because they wouldn't pay taxes.
Oh, so you saying that he was a Persian?
Who? Hannibal?
You said Darius sent him over there. Darius was a Persian.
Yeah, Darius the first is a Persian. Yes,
hold on.
Darius
was a Persian.
And his son is Hannibal.
No, I ain't saying no to that.
What you saying? Go ahead, Gullah. How you doing today?
What's good with it? I'm saying Hannibal was the Persian. Hannibal was the Phoenician. You know, he's a Punic. You know, he represented the Phoenician. You know, what I'm saying, regime that traveled into North Africa around 800 BC. You know what I'm saying, with the Punic. The Punic and Phoenician is synonymous. These same dudes are related to the Amorites and all the people that's in the Levant, but they were seafarers and they traveled from the Eastern Mediterranean to areas in North Africa.
You're right.
And other regions of, you know what I'm saying,
let me
even all the way
though.
to southern Spain.
Real quick, before we overrun it, real quick. Hold on, we got you. You got the floor right after that. Here's the question, Gullah. Who were the characters of the Punic Wars? The main character.
The main
armies. You ain't even got to say that. You know, not like the cast of characters, but who were the main armies in the Punic Wars?
Well, the main armies in the Punic Wars was the Romans, the Phoenicians who were the Punic people, like, you know, Hannibal.
But they were called Carthaginians, or are you saying some different people than the Carthaginians?
And hold on, let me finish. And you had two different regimes of Numidians. You had East Numidians and West Numidians. The West Numidians, some linked up with the Romans and some linked up with the Carthaginians.
The Massalisi and the Massalici or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
the Massalisi and I even got I did a show on there when I discussed the origins of the term Moor, and I was showing that the term Moor is actually a Phoenician term of an origin, and it actually means Westerner, and it comes from the same cognitive as Amaru, what they brought with them from you know, they brought that word from the Levant. You know, the Carthaginians, the Punic speakers, and the Numidians was influenced by them. So anybody that was, you know, west to the Numidians was considered Maru. You know what I'm saying? Those are the other Amazigh groups, the Pharisee and the Parusi, who the early Greeks was talking about.
The only reason why I asked because my man said Rome wasn't set up yet, and I'm trying to get the context of who. Maybe it was the people who eventually became Rome, but I know the characters of the Punic Wars was Carthaginians, Numidians, and Romans particularly.
Right. Yeah, I think Rome was set up, man, but it wasn't like a big empire yet. It wasn't an imperial Rome yet until they got into Egypt.
So check it out. We had almost 5 hours.
When they start to get big.
We had almost
First
5
Unit.
hours, and since we got a good viewership, it might be more people who want to continue with this type of information. And so, if somebody got a channel they wanted, if they building up their viewership, we could.
Before you
Somebody
go,
could set up
Smash.
the live and continue the conversation over there. Go ahead, Reggie. You gonna go live?
Yeah,
Go
wait,
live,
no,
Reg.
I'm not going live. I'm going to see Dr. Jeffries. Hey, Smash, before we go, everybody, Smash Rockwell, put up your Cash App. The people need to give you tribute. Today was a great show. We walked into the dojo with axes and quivers and bows, right? And throw sticks, right? This was a great show. So to the people, not to Smash, but to the people, give Smash his flowers. $1, $5, $10, man. And Smash just released his video on the white crown. Yo, he needs more views. It's fire. It's our work. It's
Help me get them views up. Look, let me tell you something, Reggie. This video we did right here got more views than that white crown, and that white crown only take y'all to give 3 minutes to watch. So help me out. Keep going though, Reggie. I appreciate you.
Nah, it's yeah. So so you know what it is? We discount our genius. When Smash showed, when Rittner was speaking, he cut to the crowd and saw all those white folks in there, right? We there now. We there. Do you understand? And yo, we get to check each other and push out things that we think we know and we don't know enough. And we got the text. We got the Medunetia, right? To help verify it. We got ancient sources. We got DNA. Yo, we got archaeology. We got it. We got it. If we can't do it now with Smash, we can't do it at all, right? So we get to push the pseudos out and all of this old information. Even the things that our great elders said. They had the information of their time based on reading the books at their time, right? Some of them weren't primary researchers, some of them were. But now we are the ancestors. We are, and we get to, yo, Smash, that's a Cash App going on?
Oh, with my phone at? I gotta give some shout outs because they always show love. Keep on building. I'm gonna grab my phone.
Yo,
We're gonna send some shout outs.
Do I hear that tribute? Is that the Cash App?
No, that's something else, but I'm gonna grab my phone so we can thank all the people. Y'all got the floor. Hold it down. Let me grab my phone.
I want to say this to Nile Valley Hebrew. I want to say this. Peace to my savior, Reggie, first and foremost. I want to say it's been a good build.
Nile Valley Hebrew, man. You know I love you, man. You know,
absolutely.
I like when they be banging and you be coming in with your jewels. I salute you, man. You work hard.
Oh, yes, sir. All praises. I want to say peace to the panel. And the chat has been good. I'm going to let you brothers build. Asarim Ka, my brother from another, you know what's up. And the rest of you, Angozi, peace to you, brother. Just peace to everybody for a beautiful dialogue, a beautiful build, man. I look forward to doing it again.
Black Power, man.
With that, I'm out.
Black
Power.
Yo,
Black Power.
Can I say something real quick to you? Because
You
I
got the
wanted
floor.
to, because on my show, what I'm about to do when you end Smash is hold on. What I'm about to do is when I go live is I'm about to go into the Ottoman Empire and the printing press and things like that. So I think I'm finna be pulling out some sources that people are not going to be familiar with. Some very, very interesting things that people are not familiar with. So if you think you're a Hebrew Israelite and you were part of these empires, I think you may want to show up and challenge some of these sources that I'm going to be presenting.
Black Power, how y'all doing, man? Hey, yeah, this Eater Ref, man. Black Riders, Oakland, California. I tapped in a little bit late, right? And what I was trying to tie in, I was trying to probably connect, but based off of the war military tactics, like Nubia and Ethiopia, to the Carthaginians and stuff, based off of the elephants and the zoo types. You know what I'm saying? There has to be some type of, and I'm not aware of it, so I was trying. You know, I know y'all on y'all.
Yes. Hey, brother, you had indigenous North African elephants that went extinct. And you also had them importing elephants from Syria. Specifically, Hannibal's elephant, his personal elephant was a Syrian elephant, which was a specialized type of elephant.
I'm saying that don't outdate, you feel me, the core, the center of the Nile Valley of Nubia.
Hold on,
How
hold
we
on,
keep
hold
going
on,
to
hold
the
on, hold on,
we
hold
keep
on,
going
hold
to the
on.
Levant.
Real quick.
That outdates down there. That's
You
all
just
I'm
went.
saying.
I just want to say something. You just put Hannibal in the Nile Valley.
No, I'm saying the roots of the type of tactics of those military tactics of using those elephants. And I know he mentioned the different types of elephants that may have went extinct and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I just don't see how that outdates Nubia and the core Nile Valley, the upper Nile, not the lower Nile, because you know we talking about Tamahu and Libya, that would be more lower Nile. But I'm talking about upper Nile, because people be mad when you talking about Kemet, because they feel as if Kemet is separate from the rest of the Nile Valley and the migrations to West Africa. You know what I'm saying? So,
but bro, them elephants are those elephants that Hannibal used as indigenous are called Barbary elephants. Those are indigenous elephants.
Wait. Here's the deal. Did everybody stop all this? Hey, Smasher, you can end this show.
You know what? No, I mean, I gotta thank 5 people. Look, I gotta thank Sister Jolanda.
No. So this is what we're gonna do. See, all this jibber jabber after a 4-hour, 5-hour show is irrelevant. First, everybody press 1 if they like that video on Smash Rockwell's show, The White Crown. Smash, don't do nothing else yet.
Me. Thank you, Reggie. Speak up, Magi Archers.
Don't. No. We're not doing
White
this.
Crown.
You know what?
I love White Crown.
I don't care about all that. Wait, I'm talking.
He's saying just click like. Go ahead, Reggie.
Yeah, I'm saying, yo, all this jibber jabber is masturbation. I'm asking you to do something as Black African power. I'm asking you to go to his channel, Smash Rockwell, and like the video. That's all I'm saying. And press 1 if you like the video. We asking you to stop your little masturbation about how smart you are and do something to one of the geniuses of our goddamn time. Right? That's Smash Rockwell.
Hey, Randy, I'm just trying to learn from the greats, man. I'm asking the question. You know,
Smash I don't care. Bro, I love you. Did you smash the like?
Yeah, hit that like on that video. I love you, Reggie.
Chat, bro. Come on.
Okay, I love you. But the rest of you, I'm not trying to hear about how smart you are on Smash's show. I'm asking you to go and like that video.
Did you like
and send the brother Cash App. So Smash, you only got 5 Cash Apps?
No, that's cool. I'm grateful for them 5. Let me thank the people. Look, Jolanda, Lenny, Gills, Mario, Kamani, and Tony. I love y'all for holding down the rest of the people and the people who contribute through the page. I see we got the Black Raven and other people who join the page. It's not like that. Some people can only contribute by clicking the like. That's why Reggie getting on your head. Like, if you won't even click the like and you know the brother trying to put this message out through music, man, that's kind of wrong. So just go on and click the like just to help it get out to more people.
Go click the like, but yo, let's keep it a buck. We got people selling spirituality, right, for a whole hefty price.
$4,500.
Without the meta-nature. And y'all can't support the brother $1, $5, $10. I'm talking about Smash Rockwell is a musical genius, man. You got Eminem saying, yo, shout out to the real rap guy. That's casual.
Smash,
and then
whenever Reggie done, I'm liking hearing Reggie. Don't stop him, bro.
I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna shut up now.
I just
because you know what? You got something more important to say to me. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask you something actually, and I was finished asking if I can share my screen.
I'm joking. Go ahead. But we winding down. I appreciate everything you said. Thanks for the kind words, Reggie. And thanks for everybody who with the continued support through the page and the Cash App. Go right ahead, Sabio. It's on you.
So this is the book I'm going to be sharing when I go live. Can y'all hear me? I don't think they can.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Well, here go the book I'm going to be sharing when I go live. Once they pull up. Once these downloads pull up.
160 likes so far while Brother Sabio is pulling this up.
Let me do it like that.
Yo, Smash don't even sell advertisements. Smash don't sell advertisements. I respect that. And yo, Sabio is one of my, I love Sabio. I love him. But yo, what I'm trying to do, man, is get y'all to contribute and give Smash his tribute.
I already have.
No, but that's just you. I'm talking about everybody else. I'm talking about giving this brother tribute. But go ahead, Sabio. Go ahead. You my brother.
I feel you. I hear you. I hear you. And if they can, they will. I guess. I don't know.
People only do what they can do. Yeah, I feel all the love.
Some people may not want to.
Exactly. But he ain't talking to them, so if they don't want to, they can just watch and learn for free. I don't care. But
so here go the book I'm gonna be sharing when I go live right here. All right. Now I don't know how many people are aware of this, but this book going to cover some things that are going to be very crucial, like printing and things like that. So when we get to talking about writing and Bibles and things like that, we have to start learning who was controlling things at certain times of life on this planet. And if anybody think that the Turks are Africans, if anybody thinks that the Turks are Africans, and I've heard it a lot, every source that I have will debunk you. So until you can show me some Africans coming from Central Asia in the 8th, 7th, 8th centuries, looking like this, looking like that.
I just keep going, trying to take it out of Africa so bad.
Tell them your channel, Sabio. They asking in the chat. What's your channel you gonna be talking about this on?
So is this dude? So do I have somebody sitting here saying that Turks are Africans? Is that what you're yelling?
Well, I'm just gonna let you know you're gonna get pushback because all humans are 99.9% the same. And
that shit right there is cool.
I'm just letting you know what's gonna happen.
But that's a stupid ass argument.
That's why I gotta wind down the show, because this is when we turn up like an after party, huh?
That is a stupid argument right there. Because
thank you for the contribution, Now Valley Hebrew.
So again, if you're saying that the Turks are Africans, you're going to have to show me these sources, because like I said, this isn't the only source I have on the Turks. I have a whole channel on them.
Man, the Cash App still going off, and I'm thanking y'all for keep hitting the Cash App. I appreciate y'all.
Brother Smash, everybody on the panel, peace, light, and love. Thanks for having me. It's been a blessing.
Peace. Thanks for coming in. Anybody else got closing words?
So yeah, that's what I'm finna be sharing right there. So
what's your closing words? They asked for your channel, Sabio.
Psychological shackle breakers.
Pardon me?
Psychological shackle breakers.
Y'all heard
Learn
that?
the mythos, because a lot of people don't, and they speak on it often. Learn the mythos. As you learn the mythos, it's going to take you through a path through nature to see through an African viewpoint. If you don't want to learn the mythos, no biggie, but don't run up on us with an Abrahamic version of mythos and try to expect us to listen. Because you ain't even listening.
Learn the meta nature, man. Learn the meta nature, because the mythos don't mean nothing if you can't verify it in the meta nature. All you're doing is talking that European talk, right? So if you ain't learning the meta nature and you got all these titles and all these African names and all these Kemetic names and all of that, man, you faking.
I want to ask all the geniuses on the panel before I go.
You're faking your phony. You're faking your phony. But listen, or you could just be on a level. But at least admit that you got to learn the Medu nature, right? If you want to verify stuff in Africa, in the Nile Valley. Otherwise, you are faking a phony and you just scamming people. So learn the Medu nature. Learn the Meta nature. Right? Smash is here. Asan Khan's here. I don't teach the meta nature. I mean, I do teach it on my channel.
Medu nature ninjas turn battle cats into cringers Y'all know what it is.
Ralph, thanks for the Cash App. They still hitting it. I appreciate y'all. Keep going because they doing good. Keep going.
So my one question to everybody before we get up out of here is, and I would like an honest answer. I haven't gotten it, but who taught dead mummies English?
Somebody's crazy imagination, the spirit. The spirits talk. That's how we giving it up. That's how we giving it up. Spirits can speak all languages for the purposes that people pushing spirituality and not the meta-nature.
So this would be a good time in closing to hear from you about anything we brought that exonerated the quote unquote Greek Heru in your view or standpoint, because so in closing, what do you say about that?
I'm saying that late Egyptian was heavily synchronized with foreign ideas and foreign concepts. What we have is once the language goes from the Meta-nature into Coptic and into Greek, then we have people who are examining Greek and Coptic now interpolating and interpreting traditional African from that vantage point. So the Greek Heru is what he is. That means an empire has conquered ancient Egypt, and they are bleeding in their concepts. And we don't have to exclude it, and we should not exclude it, but we should just mark the period and then do the work in the Meta-nature to find the original mythos, right? And to examine it if they're pulling from the source or they're adding on. And so I just want to let people know that in the Greek period, in the late period, you have Persian influence, you have Assyrian influence, you have Greek influence, you will have Roman influence, and that will lead to the Christians. So the Christians learned from not the ancient Egyptians, but they learned from the Greek Empire of Egypt. Doesn't mean that it's all wrong, but we can't bypass that and say that the Christianity stole from ancient Egypt. We can say that Christianity borrowed from the Greek Herus, And so the debate is really over, right? That's how we're giving it up, because otherwise it's oversimplification and generalization and lazy scholarship. That's my point. Hope. Thanks, Smash, for letting me get it in. But at the end of the day, I'm doing this work today for Smash Rockwell. Listen, I walked out the dojo, I got a few scars and little nicks and stuff like that. But he let me come in the dojo to explain myself. And, I got a special relationship with Smash. He came to New York all the way from Cali to help us defend on Kemet on trial. So I will only spar with him, right? But even if we disagree wholeheartedly, we learn from each other. So I showed today that husband high has the penis and it means to copulate and if assault the husband.
Incoming, Reggie.
Stop.
Incoming. There's a show right now called Chris M.V. Harris Responds to Reggie. And so I
don't support.
Hold on, you got some arrows to swat, though. You got some.
I don't support.
Grab your spear and get out there, boy.
No, I don't know. I don't
Before
talk
y'all leave, I wanted to ask Brother Reggie a question. Because I don't read the language, but I do know a little bit of something about the stories or the mythos that happen. So, I'm thinking that Geb and Newt is Asar, Aset, and Nebhet and Set's parents, right?
All right, but this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to wind down the show, and I know this dialogue. I got to get to the family real quick. I've been streaming for 5 hours. And so maybe if somebody else opened up another panel, we could continue. I wasn't trying to cut you off, but we have 5 hours and 18 minutes, so I can't wind up at 6 hours. It's just going to be crazy.
All right, peace.
I appreciate you, and appreciate you too, Reggie. I'm closing down this panel, and I'm going to just give my final thoughts on the show. And I think it was a cool show. I like the ability to have enough time to be able to talk to the brothers for 5 hours. When we go into academia, they normally only give us 3 hours on the subject. And so I don't take the extra time as negative. It's cool. But after a while, you gotta get back to your family. Well, one thing we started out to address some of the claims that were waged against Egypt, and my good brother Reggie did good and recanting statements, apologizing and cleaning that up. That was all wonderful. Next, we still went further the length to look at some of these attestations to see whether the source of some of these claims were actually Greek or they went back to Egypt. We looked at scholars from the Oriental Institute, Robert Whitner, as well as another scholar that deserves his credit. So give me one moment. Who helped in this video to give us a standpoint from academia about the history of these stories. It was Bruce, not Jenner, but it was Bruce. It was.
If you read what the
Bruce
Greeks
Stewart
said.
So, it was a cool video. I appreciated all the Cash Apps, and they still come. Let me see. I appreciate all the Cash Apps and all the support. I already thanked Ralph. That was the last one. So I'm going to move on and go watch this other video. Hopefully my Magi Archer pick up his arrows and go get at them boys with this video up talking about they responded to Reggie. All right, that's my show for today. Thank y'all for watching and helping the channel grow. All the members of the Magi, and that's the people in the chat with the green